Beloved beauty, mother, father, creator of all of the beauty that is around us, creator of the heavens and the earth. You are the heart of the heavens, the heart of the earth. Grandmothers of the four directions. Beloved spirit of all of our ancestors. Ancestors of each and every one of us that is listening right now and in the future. Ancestors of each and all of the land on the earth, beloved creator. Ancestors of the ocean, ancestors of the rivers, ancestors of the mountains, ancestors of all the volcanoes, ancestors of all on the earth, beloved creator. As you watch upon us on our sacred walk, as you watch upon us, beloved beauty, on this beautiful, beautiful day in which we journey, each and every one of us on our sacred journey, on our sacred walk, becoming one with Mother Earth and one with Father Sky, beloved creator, on this sacred day. Thank you to each and every one of you out there listening. In the name of the great mystery, much gratitude to everyone. Thank you. It's an incredible, beautiful, beautiful day. Today, it's the day of the sacred warrior. It's the day in which we think about our path, our journey. We think about all of the things that we are here to do on this sacred journey that we're in. This beautiful, beautiful journey in which all of us, each and every one of us, we go into this place of wonder, thinking of not only the beauty that is here, but the beauty of the heavenly body, the wonder of how we are here on the earth, and think about the journeys that we do throughout the stars. This is who we are. This is what we are celebrating today on this sacred day. The journey of our multiple lives. I'm going to share with you a couple of experiences that I've had. With some of my sacred items on my altar. The first experience that I'd like to share with you is the awakened vision of the golden child. It was brought to me by a holy being in 2010. And the baby was brought in an egg form. And this egg was made out of earth. The inside of the egg was made out of crystalline powder. As soon as I received the egg, I started on a mantra. And the mantra said, "You are love. There's nothing but love. Love is all that there is." I moved my hands around the egg, up and down, giving it the energy that it needed to awaken, to become alive, to come out of the shell of the egg. And very slowly, I moved my hands around the egg. And as I prayed, "You are love. There's nothing but love. Love is all that there is," I found myself with this beautiful, beautiful egg above in the heavens, watching the earth underneath me, continuing my prayer as the earthen brown of the egg fell into the earth, and so did the powder of the crystal fall into the earth. And I continued my prayer. And when the egg opened to expose a complete baby inside, I remember looking at the earth and seeing the substance of the inside of the egg, the crystalline powder fallen onto the earth. And as I watched the baby moving, and I continued my prayer, encouraging the baby letting the baby know how beautiful the baby was. Beautiful feet, beautiful legs, little dimples on the knees, beautiful little body. The hands were moving. And I said to the baby, how beautiful you are, baby. As I looked up towards the baby's face, looking at the baby's beautiful, beautiful body, I noticed that the baby had no umbilicus. And then I noticed that the baby, when I looked at its hair, was made of gold, threads of gold. Beautiful, beautiful golden hair. The baby's face, the baby moved about, started to wiggle like a little newborn baby. And it showed me one of its shoulders, and behind the shoulder, there was this beautiful, beautiful little wing. And I noticed that the baby's face was a golden face. Then I looked at the rest of the body, and the rest of the body had become gold. I could see the pink flesh under the gold, but it was all gold. And I also noticed at that moment that the baby was an androgynous baby. I was talking to the beloved mother, and I was telling her how this baby looked. And I mentioned to her that it is an androgynous baby. And I said to the mother, beloved mother, this baby is a golden baby. As the baby heard me speaking to the beloved mother, the baby started to move its little legs and arms and moving its face. It started to move its eyelids. And in the movement of the eyelids, I started to see that the baby was getting ready to open its eyes. And I called on the beloved mother and I said, beloved mother, the baby's opening its eyes. And when the baby completely opened its eyes, the baby had the cosmos in its eyes. You could see the blinking of the stars inside the eyes. And I called on the beloved mother. And I said, beloved mother, the baby has the cosmos in its eyes. And at that very, very moment, I left my body and I journeyed into the baby's eyes. And I journeyed throughout the universe. And I returned at the light of the sacred dawn. This awakened vision, it's important for all of us to hear, because many of us are journeying and having experiences and receiving memories that perhaps make it difficult in this physical form. to really understand. But when you have these experiences, you embrace them. And as we embrace them, we become more used to the experience, and we can bring this into our reality. And that's pretty much the meaning of this sacred day, is journeying out into the edge of the universe, receiving information and bringing it back into a physical reality. I'm going to bring one of my altar items. We're going to go into another part of the talk. One of my altar items. And I like to do a meditation with you. We can close our eyes, holding our altar items in our chest. And as we inhale and exhale, we start to feel the warmth of the heart of the earth moving through our feet. And at the same time, we feel the heart of the heavens moving through our crown of our head. Allowing ourselves, as we breathe, inhale and exhale, to meet into this area of the heart. And in this area of the heart, we become what we are truly here to be. And so envision yourself as a little child. Feeding from the cosmic mother. As you inhale and exhale, you are sitting in a triangle of light with your beloved mother. This beautiful crystalline light. And as you be nurtured and fed, you allow yourself to feel and to see your true self of who you really are, where you come from, and what is your purpose here on earth. What are you here to do?
Thank you so much, Grandmother. That was so beautiful. We have a question, and it has to do with the soul's mission. What happens when we complete the mission? And are all souls' missions the same?
No, not all souls' missions are the same. However, some of us are connected. And so it takes a few of us to complete some of the missions.
Okay.
And so, yeah, go ahead, sweetie.
We just need a certain percentage of the population and not necessarily everyone for a tipping point?
Well, that's a really, really great question. What I have been told is that at this particular moment right now, meaning in the last 30, 40 years, okay, because the time here on Earth is very vast, that we have this obligation to work with people that are like us. We find by listening to our heart, who are these people that are on the same mission that we are in? And many, many times it takes the energy of a whole to make a leap and to make a change.
I see. Thank you so much. Now, in terms of prophecies, like these are prophetic times that we are living in. And they're quite dark right now. Some of us are like, how much worse or dark can it get? Do you see this in the same scope and light of light and dark? And we were promised this golden age. And can you speak a little bit about the prophecies?
Everything is a process, and everything um, has to move. Okay. So we are in this moment of what is known as a period of gestation. And this period of gestation is very, very painful. And so we are not quite through into what is coming into the future. There are periods that could be hundreds of years, but as a human race right now, we are, in a very, very bleak period right now. What we are being told is for groups of people to continue to come together, get together, and continue the prayer, continue the exercises that we are doing so that we can push ourselves through this into this new birth. And the children of the future, children meaning whatever age you are, because we're all children of God.
Yeah.
When we come into this new light, we should be reborn as the children of the color of honey, which is the golden, it's gold. Yeah, the Maya do not have a word for gold, and so they call it in the prophecy honey. So it has been prophesized, it has been put on paper, and it's something that is happening. However, we have to pay attention, we have to come together and honor each other and respect each other and keep moving.
Keep moving. Yes. Thank you so much. We have one more question. And it says they just want to thank you so much for the beautiful transmission and the prayer. And what would you suggest for us star seeds and light workers, how to unite our energies in order to create the new earth?
We as humans love tangible things.
Yep.
We absolutely do. We want to have something for that we do our meditation, a golden baby, holding it in our hearts. We want to have our crystal skulls holding it in our hearts. We want to have our candles to remind us of the light that we are moving through. Whatever it is that you feel that you need to hold on to help you, because we know what helps us, whether it's a stone that we found, whether it's a crystal that we bought, something, we love tangible things. And I myself love tangible things. I like to be able to hold something when I am in prayer. And it's beyond holding, a photo of the master. it's beyond. It's, you know, it's you can become one and go beyond it.
Mm.
Okay.
Yes.
While I was doing the prayers here, we became engulfed in this beautiful, beautiful triangle of light.
Mm.
We can visualize this triangle of light. We can visualize being with the beloved mother,
Mm.
having the mother nurture us.
Mm.
We can bring this into our moment of meditation. But
Mm.
I want to share with everybody that not too long ago, a few months ago, I was taken into another planet. I can't tell you it was this, that, or the other. I cannot say,
Mm.
but I was brought to this other planet that I was unfamiliar with. And there in this planet, there were people from all over, people that I might have known, but I was very, very happy to be there.
Mm.
And it was a table with masters of this beautiful, beautiful um, silvery um, beings. Everything about them was this, you know, silver. Their skin, their dresses, everything was silver.
Mm.
And what they said to me was, not to me, but all of the people, that they brought us here. There, meaning there. They brought everyone there to say thank you,
Mm.
to thank you for the prayers, because the prayers have helped to move humanity
Wow.
into another dimension.
Mm.
And so I want to share this with everybody because we might say to ourselves, why am I doing all these prayers when everything continues the same?
Mm.
But the thing is that we want to join, you know, the group of prayer
Yeah.
so that we can make a change, we can move, you know, out of what is going on here.
Yeah. Wow. That's super powerful and empowering to know that all of our prayers matter. They're going somewhere, and especially, when said from the heart. Actually, can you give some advice to us when we are in prayer or meditation or in deep communication? Is there something that you want us to remember um, when we are in these states, and how to amplify, perhaps, or should we be trying to amplify?
Well, the thing that I find that is very, very helpful is that if we ground ourselves on the earth, and I always say the heart of the earth,
Mm.
okay? And if we ground ourselves with the heart of the heavens,
Mm-hmm.
okay? So we are like in between the mother and the father. And
Mm-hmm.
then we allow this energy to come through us, okay? In in it happens only in a way that we can take. It's not going to be given to us too much. So
Mm.
there's nothing to be afraid that it's going
Wow.
to be too much. So we gradually bring this energy and we allow it to meet at the heart.
Mm.
Okay.
Mm-hmm.
When we feel it here in the heart,
Mm.
then we can give it away. We can give it to our closest friends, our family, our neighbor,
Mm.
our community, our state. We just keep putting it out and putting it out because it's an exercise that I do that it works and it helps so many people.
Yeah.
It's
Wow, that's so beautiful.
unconditional, unconditional prayers. And,
Mm-hmm.
and that's what we want to do. We can't give from the heart by having an intention. We have to give it freely. Yeah.
Okay, that makes a lot of sense to me. With it's almost like just let it go. Allow the energy to come up and from the earth, down from the sky, through let it be in the heart, and then boom, let it come out from in front and behind. And look, you got your nourishment, right? Because you got those two, and then it can be spread out with no intention. It's just like boom, here's the energy. We are feeding the field.
That's right. We're giving out this love energy. Yes.
Beautiful. Amazing. Thank you. Well, those were all the questions that I had. Is there anything else that you would like to add?
Let's meet in prayer. That's the thing to do.
I love it.
Yeah. I'd love to meet different peoples, and it's all good.
Yes, amazing. So let's meet in prayer. Yes, I wholeheartedly agree with that. Nature, is there anything that you would like to add?
Just deeply touched, grandmother, by your ceremony and words, and really feeling the golden child and heaven and earth. That is the androgynous connection. It almost feels like. So I'm just basking in your talk right now in gratitude.
Yes.
Thank you so very much. I want to send much love and light to everybody, and thank you so much for having me. And I'm sorry that there were some things that happened, with the connection and things, but much love and light to everyone, and much blessings.
Thank you,
Many
grandmother.
blessings. Thank you. Can't
We
wait
hope to have
to
you
do this again. Yeah. Let's do this again. All right.
Let's meet at prayer. Thank you.
Thank you. Okay. Wow. Well, that was really beautiful.
Oh yeah.
Funny. I have like my altar items here too, right? I have my pyrite. I'm curious, what do you guys have around you right now? I have an incense lit. What do you got?
My jade dragon.
Jade dragon, nice.
I have some freshly picked sage from the prairies in Canada.
Okay.
And I have my lucky rock that I found.
Oh, nice. Nice.
That's
Right?
that's what I'm talking about.
Right? We like our things.
We have our things. Yes.
It's okay. It's okay. Yes, whatever helps. So that's awesome. Beautiful.
Love
All
you.
right.
Bye-bye.
Much
Love
love.
you.
Bye-bye.
And you could find Grandma Flodemayo on Instagram. We will be sharing her link to everyone after. And her website is followthegoldenpath.org, where you can
Yeah.
find out more about her amazing sacred work she's doing on Pachamama.
Yeah.
And also her personal website is Grandma Flodemayo, I think .org. I'll post that again, but
Okay.
we'll post all her links, and
For sure.
there's an incredible documentary on YouTube that we've actually posted in the bio of StarCodes, which is all about the formation of the 13 Indigenous Grandmothers Council.
Oh,
And
nice.
it's one of my favorite docs. I've probably watched it like 6, 7 times, and I always watch it with Soul Family. So check that out on the StarCodes link in the bio. And I'll
Awesome.
pass it back to you, Rajie.
Amazing. Thank you. All right. Shall we? Let's go. We have speaker number 2 coming up. I'm so excited about her. She's so awesome. Her name is the EarthStar. Um, I saw a lot of you guys in the chat, getting excited about her and her presentation. So if you don't know, the EarthStar is an Andromedan visionary and Earth Star sanctuary. Z is a gatekeeper, shamanic healer, medicine singer, multi dimensionality coach, and self healing guide. She spent her recent life studying light field genetics and creation mechanics. Through these skills, Z was invited to craft starseed DNA for many wanderers on Earth today. Z fuses ancient Taoist teachings from her ancestors with galactic teachings from creation magic, offering a unique frequency of Earth star knowledge transmissions. Z helps us access higher consciousness and psychic abilities to heal and embody complete energetic sovereignty and move into a life of purpose. Welcome, Z. Take it away.
Hi, can you hear me okay?
Yeah.
Cool. Hi everybody. Welcome to the space. I'm so excited to be invited to come on here today. I have known Nature Flow for a little while and we've been connecting here and there. And usually when we connect is just over some like massive download that we just gotten and we don't talk much in the 3D very much at all. But I'm really excited to share some stories and some codes and some activation frequencies with all of you. And yeah, I would, Raji, if you could give me like a rundown of like a template that you guys have been doing this. I know there's like a Q&A, like, so I have an idea of how much time I have and everything like that.
Let's see. Flow. Do we? It was kind of like do what you feel. Called to share,
Okay.
and yeah, I'm going to be capturing some questions in the end. So I encourage our attendees if you have some burning questions for Z, throw them in there, and I'll do my best to get them to her. And Flo, if you want to add anything.
Yeah, you have around 50 minutes, so just follow your heart and yeah, the stage is yours. And if at the end of whatever you do, you're welcome to invite us back and we could initiate the question and answer.
Okie dokie. Okay. Well, I feel like what I'm going to do is start with a little bit of a transmission, just get us all into a right frequency. And if you feel like sharing light language or singing with me, please, by all means, go ahead and do that. When we activate together, we kind of create these ripples of energy that we're going to be talking about. So let's go through the experience and just be together. Yeah, so just breathe and feel into your heart. And in this moment, we're connecting up into our higher dimensional aspects, ourselves upstairs, connecting with our angelic galactic team who are working in alliance with the original source, living light consciousness. And as we connect in through our heart, through gratitude, through joy, through co creation, connecting even further up back into original source energy, God light, God love. And I'm going to circle that energy down into the earth, Mama Gaia, Pachamama, into the core, the crystalline core. And I'm going to circle that energy right back up into our heart. And we're ready to begin. So once again, we're breathing into our heart space, recognizing that our seed atom in the center of our heart carries the master DNA, the DNA of our original soul's consciousness, all of the memories and experiences and the feelings of having been in all these other places before arriving to the earth now. And as we feel into the core of our being and our heart, allow an orb, almost like a holographic projection of our own soul's energy. And in this moment, we're recognizing that we are here to remember. We are here to bring the truth of God's light and God's love. We are here to express in the fullness of creation's creativity. And as you nourish that seed atom with the love that you feel for all of creation, all of humanity, the earth, you can feel the codons in your DNA activate. Again, just sending that gratitude energy out into the field, down into the earth, up into the sky, into our galactic family. And take a deep breath. Holy cow, we are here on earth. We're here together. We're here to have fun. And we're here to create a whole new world. And that involves us remembering how creation works, because it's written in our consciousness, is written in our soul, is written in our DNA. And we're here to override the fallen matrix, the old paradigm, the way that creation has been hidden and taught wrongly to humanity. And in that process of remembering, we're accessing these codes, these frequencies that are very integral parts of creation, like love, appreciation, joy, expansiveness, limitless possibility, and reverence. Reverence to the perfection and the beauty of all of life. And when these codes are embodied and activated fully in our being, with every step that we take, the new world bursts forth from our heart's light, in all the joy that we move through life with, in all our fingers as we create beauty. In every breath that we take, that new world is birthed as we cultivate that garden inside of our vessel. And so for those of you that have never encountered this vehicle, this being in the past, my name is Z, EarthStar Healer, and I am a galactic angelic being here in a physical body. I want to tell you just a brief story of how I came into awareness and embodiment. And of course, this is a process that's continuing, as I believe that every being that resonates with this word starseed, I think that the word starseed is actually an activation code, is a very specific word that triggers our consciousness to experience something, a remembrance. And the beings that arrive here from, other places in the cosmos and the galaxies, we arrive in very specific DNA templates. And so upstairs in the seventh density, I am a geneticist. And in the higher dimensions, when you are a geneticist, it basically means that you're an angel, because genetics is the science of how life and the architecture of reality exists. And so, in order to participate in the studies of genetics and universal architecture, you will have to be a being that has undergone various levels of evolution to reach a point where God or creation or this greater expanded part of yourself entrusts you with knowledge, right? Because we're talking about the universe here. We're talking about experiences of living beings. And so these are very deep and profound things that deserve a certain level of reverence and respect. And this is, of course, not what we see in the humans' version of science that we're here to correct. But yeah, so when I first started waking up, I think this was back in 2013. I was 18 years old. I had just become homeless. I quit school and I was very lost. And I just knew that I was being guided towards something, even though my parents were not religious. I had no idea that God existed or whatever. But I just had this deep, innate feeling that something big was about to happen. And I was sitting in the back of an Uber one day, and this voice in my ear said, "Where are you from?" And I was like, "I don't know, China." And it was like, "Andromeda." I was like, "Andromeda, like that sounds like a candy or something. I've never heard of it." I didn't even know it was a galaxy. And so when I went home, I thought this was very peculiar. I think I've always been very just open and innocent and curious. And so, it didn't make me feel afraid or any type of way. I just had to find out more. So I went on Google and I searched beings from Andromeda. And of course, I found just this wide variety of information on star seeds. And I started just diving in and reading everything and, getting those like shroomy tingles as your crown opens and you're like, something's happening to me. And so soon enough, that voice, continued to communicate with me. They're my team from Andromeda. And they told me a bunch of things, like I was going to go around the earth to do grid work, that I carried a very specific DNA template. For those of you who are familiar, is a 48 strand DNA template. And the way that I understand DNA templates is that the more strands is just a bigger hard drive, right? So it allows for a higher variety and a bigger spectrum of consciousness, which it's experienced as memories and skills and experiences and timelines. All of those things can be encoded into the DNA. And so soon enough, I started continuing to communicate with these beings. I started seeing myself upstairs. I started to pull that down to my body, because when I realized that I'm from somewhere else, I was like, oh, this makes so much sense. There's nothing that makes more sense than this, because I've always been so weird. And I just didn't see the world the way that a lot of people did. And I'm sure this resonates with all of you, right? You just like, I think I'm an alien. And then you're like, oh, I actually, actually I am. So um, nothing else mattered to me at that point. I just dove in and I was like, okay, what am I supposed to do? And they're like, you have to reprogram and rewire your body, your energy body, your light body, your consciousness, which is going to rewire your external reality. I was like, how do I do that? And I got all these protocols and I started doing that. And they told me that it would take about 7 years for this initial layer of my higher self to come into my body. So it's now been almost 9 years, and I feel like I'm here, and I'm going to tell you a story of, um, this very profound thing that's been helping me out. So back in 2015, this voice, well, something actually inspired me to Google lower vibrational cigarettes because I used to smoke cigarettes. So I was a raver. And I was like, I wonder if cigarettes lower your vibration. And the answer is yes. But at that time, I was like, I need Google to tell me this. So I went on Google and I wrote lower vibration cigarettes. And the fifth link that came up actually said fifth dimensional community. And I was like, that's really strange. So I'm going to click on that. And it brought me to this page on intentionalcommunities.org of this land in New Mexico. And I just was getting chills all up and down my spine because I had just received these visions of building a 5D community and creating these temples. And I was like, this is so strange because the page had written all these things that I'd seen. So I sent an email to the person that created this page. And I think I was very short with them. I was like, how many acres do you have? How many activated humans are there? I think I'm supposed to help you. It was like a 3-sentence email. I was very kind of rude, But anyway, the author of the page replied to me, told me that he was the only guy there, that they'd had the land for a while. They'd been trying to build a community, but it wasn't working out. And he also felt that there was a soul connection. So I pretty much immediately got on a plane and went down to New Mexico, which I know is also where grandmother Flodemayo is. So that's very cool and interesting. So I came down here April 1st, 2015. And when I landed here, I met the guy and I started telling him that, I'm from Andromeda. I'm here to awaken starseeds. I'm going to create a starseed mystery school. I'm going to fly and activate my avatar DNA and all this stuff. And he just like almost goes white. And he's like, yeah, so the guy that bought this land, his name is Stuart. And he died back in 2013 in March, which is exactly when that male voice actually woke me up and asked me where I was from the first time. And he said that Stu, before he died, told him that one day this little Chinese girl from Andromeda was going to come, and that this land and a little bit of funds was meant for her so that she can, continue the work that he'd started. And so obviously I was tripping balls at that point. And I was like, oh my God, I can't believe I'm not crazy, that this is real. Like I just, followed that voice until I ended up at this pinnacle where the reality began to really reflect that reality back at me. So this land is very profound. There is a cross universal stargate that is here. And I can go into more about grid and stargate work because I think is a really profound way that we can radically affect the planet at this time. But long story short, this land is built to be a boot camp for star beings because I had a dream about it years ago, or when I was first waking up. I had a lot of dreams where every night I was going up into the ships and they would, show me about the things about the future. And in one dream, I was at this place where we were all like training for something. And they were like, this is a star being training facility. And I was like, oh, so you don't want me to build a retreat? You don't want me to build this like nice thing that we can hang out in? They're like, no, this is a star being training facility. And so I know that part of my mission here is to offer and facilitate training for the star seeds who are on mission, because I know that, and I think that this is a frequency that I'm emitting at this time, because these are kind of predestined agreements, right? It's like if you already feel like you know me, if my voice is very familiar to you, if my energy is very familiar to you, and it's kind of already inspiring that trigger of remembrance, then you kind of know that, these are just pre-planned things. I am here to support and radiate these codes so that we can fully remember our mission here on Earth. So let's briefly talk about our mission on Earth because it's multifaceted, right? Because we are multidimensional beings. And very oftentimes in the disclosure and New Age community, we talk about this mission in a very 3D manner. We're like, okay, we have to eradicate the government and the cabal or whatever. And, then we can do our own thing. And it's like, actually, unfortunately, the earth is under control of negative aliens. And these negative aliens have created various projects and systems to basically mind control and degrade human DNA. And humans were always created to be able to access all dimensionalities of consciousness and have the ability to experience God, right? These vessels were created to be these divine angelic vessels to be able to embody God in creation. And so that's a very extraordinary destiny that humanity has, that every single one of us are going to experience. And this is something that is very exciting for the universe. And that's why we're all so excited to be here, even though there was a bunch of more disturbing things. We're like, no problem. We're God. We got this, right? So we know that the destiny of humanity is to truly experience ourselves as God. And then we see where humanity is now. And in order for us to be fully clear on our mission, we have to understand how humanity got to the state that we're in, because otherwise we're kind of like, are they stupid? Are they broken? What's wrong with them? And the truth is, people are under severe mind control. Their DNA has been severely manipulated through sound and energy frequencies and GMOs and technology. And there has been a agenda basically to lock humanity in the 3D through all of those weapons of human control. And the good thing is that, we didn't come here empty handed. We actually have all the antidotes to those technologies of consciousness destruction. And not only that, but we get to do it with Shazam and with joy because, as beings of infinite creativity and of God, there's really nothing that can stop us besides our inner misunderstanding or disbelief or disconnection from ourself, right? And so there are many dimensions in which our mission occurs simultaneously because we are multidimensional beings. So I'll just give you a window into kind of my life and how I'm operating, because sometimes there's confusion where like, am I supposed to write a book? Am I supposed to, go out and work with people? Am I supposed to, only work quantum and like do interdimensional grid work? Like, what am I doing? And the truth is we're doing all of those things simultaneously. And the process of us anchoring in and creating in the 3D is something that is actually shifting the planetary architecture. And I think this is something that I want to go into. So when we think about manifestation, I actually don't like to use the word manifestation very much because the word itself, just the energy that I get from it, it almost has this embedded energy of you are trying to make the reality do something that you want, and you're asking and commanding the reality to give it to you, right? You're like something outside of myself is going to bring this to me. And so the word that I prefer to use is actually creation, because the word creation connects us into our inherent power inside to interact with the field of reality, which is a power that human bodies and human DNA and God consciousness has, right? That we can click into the fabric of reality and in that way co-create with it. And I think that this is an empowering shift from because it also has all of the kind of codes and teachings of creation embedded inside of it. So, for example, we are here to create a golden age. We're here to create a new world, and we have the template, we have the energy of that inside of us, right? We can just kind of tune into it. We realize that it already exists in a higher density. And so all we have to do is really tune into that. What do we see? Sovereignty, freedom, creation, joy. People are fulfilled. People are radiating the core essence of their own soul, and they are finding joy and fulfillment in every moment of their life, and they're experiencing infinite creativity and joy and expansion and exaltation and communion with God. And this is kind of how the planet exists, right? That vibration. Now, what we're here to do is to pull it in, right? Because yes, it already exists and it's not here in the physical body. It's kind of like, yes, our soul exists and our higher self exists, but are we living our life? Who's in the driver's seat of our body in every now moment, right? Has it been personalities that were created in the false matrix that we had to create in high school or at a workplace to be appropriate? Or is it truly, a freedom of our soul to be free to express itself in whatever way that feels the most authentic and joyful and expansive to the soul? And this is a process. It's a big process. This is a process of embodiment that, took me 7 years of devoted practice. And I don't think is going to take others as long because I didn't really know what I was doing. I was just kind of bumping into walls, trying to run away from it and all those things. And um, I feel like, part of this is very scientific, right? It's very energetic because there's an architecture and there are layers of your physical and energy bodies that are in specific energy patterns or geometries of consciousness that we can actually consciously go in to deprogram, restructure, and rewire and reconnect to our core soul's essence. And these shortcuts are kind of what we provide in our academy, the EarthStar Academy, which I really feel is a landing. They were saying that this is a landing of the StarSeed mission. Compared to other shamanic schools, it's super cheap, and they really just wanted it to be a support system for starseeds who are on this mission, who might just need a little bit of support, adjusting our light body and really coming into our body. Because I know that in my childhood, I experienced a lot of different, attacks or whatever you want to call them, things like abduction and sexual abuse. And my mom was possessed and she almost killed me. And, portals were open and they were just trying to do everything they could to destroy my light, which, could never happen. They barely made a dent, but it definitely hindered my process of fully being able to come into my body because I had to actually experience and heal a lot of fear and pain that was so unconscious in my being, right? These things are happening outside of our 3D awareness for the most part when we were younger. And so the process of excavating through those layers of darkness is intense. And this is where we get into the reality of our mission here on Earth, because I feel that in the New Age and the disclosure community, oftentimes we talk about things in a way where it's almost sensationalizing them. It's almost like making a spectacle out of them. Like, oh, the government eats babies and there's pedophiles and look at this big thing. And we're trying to like tell everybody about it. And that process of trying to integrate externally is really doing us a great disservice, because we are not actually able to fully integrate any of those things and see how those things are implicated in our reality, right? So Marilyn says, do I believe we create 100% of our reality? Yes and no, right? Like scientifically, yes, but who is the you that you're talking about? Right? Because it's like, yes, I create my reality, but if I'm fragmented and there's parts of me that I'm not even aware of, there's parts of me that have been fragmented into trauma through trauma. And so then the I that you're sensing, the I that is in the driver's seat, they might not experience themselves as creating the reality 100%, but the rest of your field, the rest of your energy system is. So, do I believe the government eats babies? Do I think that ritual abuse exists? Yes, I do. Do I believe that human trafficking is a huge problem on this planet? It is actually not a secret, right? So I feel like it's not really important for us to focus on like who's doing it and more on why it's happening and where it's coming from, right? And so what I've discovered is that, when we look at the collective consciousness, um, and we begin to, so the first step is that we need to actually fully begin to take responsibility for our own field, for our own self, for how we're projecting our reality, right? And here's the thing where we can get into our mind and say, well, do we create 100% of it, or do we create 80% of it, or do we create 50%? Well, who cares? We're creating our experience. And when we fully take responsibility for that, for all the things that are bad or that have hurt us, and find the gifts in them, we're actually coming into a state of mastery, which is the portal or the gateway that allows us to work on a planetary level. So a lot of times, people really try to skip those steps, and they're like, oh, I'm going to travel the world and work on the gates and stuff. And half the time I'm driving through sacred sites and I'm cleaning up after people's stuff, because, if we haven't actually done our own work and we're still carrying all the distortions, what do you think is getting injected into the planetary grid when we go out and do that work? And this is a very in-depth and very intentional and very scrupulous work, because we're literally talking about thousands of years of conditioning. And it has to be a deliberate process of healing, because the mind control that we experienced was deliberate, right? Something was deliberately trying to change our consciousness and to degrade our DNA. And so because that was an action that was taken very deliberately, then we need to respond with a deliberate action of saying, okay, I have to just restore and actively pull in God light and actively come into the highest frequency of myself. Now, for a lot of human parts, these things might sound, you know, weird, but I'm speaking to a part of you that recognizes this word mastery. Because when we think about star seeds and star beings, we come from higher dimensions. We have a certain understanding of divinity because we come from places that are connected to source, right? And so the eternal teachings of, eternal life and of creation and of reverence and of devotion and of mastery, all of those things are deeply embedded in our DNA and in our soul. And it's just that, we're finally coming into a time where we're actually able to communicate about these things consciously, and realize that what we're here to do is to bring those parts, that energy of connection, the energy of divinity into our human self, so that those energies are what is present in our moment to moment life. Um, hmm. So I believe that different things that we experience in childhood and even things that we carry in our body are actually part of our mission. So, for example, I came very close proximity with the energy of pedophiles when I was very young, and sexual abuse and abductions. I was, experienced a lot of horrendous things on reptilian ships. And all of those things, as I started waking up, I realized were part of almost like my soul going into the false matrix to retrieve information, because my soul carries the antidote. But in order for it to, it's like our mind and our system is here to put the data together. And so if I don't experience those energies in my body, then I wasn't going to be able to muster up the compassion for humanity. Right. And so when I realized that all of humanity has been subjected to sexual abuse because their creation and their sexuality was degraded into pornography, and even ever since, humanity is going to school, they're just constantly being bombarded by a frequency of sexuality from the media that is very distorted and very fallen, right? And our sexuality, our sexual energies are creation energies. So if we believe that it's just this, silly thing that is disgusting that we can just throw around and that's all it's about, then that's basically how a human relates to creation, and that directly severs humans from divine creation. And you see that it's all interdimensionally sensible, right? That it's not just, for no reason that Ariana Grande and these pop stars, that they're literally just like being strippers and prostitutes, and they're sending that frequency to our teenagers. Like, that's not by accident. And actually discovered all of that information when I was guided to go to an Ariana Grande concert for grid work, and saw all of the misery programming and the distortion codes that they were, sending out as mind control. So anyway, I'm kind of just rolling. It's like 1:40 already. So I'm just going to answer this question here. It says, how do we quantum leap to highest timeline? While setting the intention and visualizing suffice, what does a quantum leap feel like? So this is a really great question that I'm just going to dive into, and then I think I'm complete that, because I think I'm coming to time here. But I love this question. Because you're right. A lot of times in the New Age community, we think, oh, if we just visualize it, it's going to happen. Well, what we don't realize is that the creation mechanics is that creation is actually occurring through our chakras. And, I have just like a really wide library of knowledge around this topic. If you go on my YouTube channel, you can get some of it. But if you're resonating with this knowledge, I would really sign up to I think that we're going to open the doors to the academy at the end of this year, because we're really wanting to create a complete curriculum. But basically, back in 2018, I was on a grid work trip, and I actually went down to Mount Shasta, and I was going to live there for a month. I had this sublet, and I knew that I was going to do some work with the root chakra, right? And as a gatekeeper, what we do is just receive new cosmic information, and we embed it into the planet through embodying the frequencies and almost like harmonizing it with 3D, and then moving it through the grids, right? And then another thing that happens is, taking distorted consciousness and repairing it, or taking it out of the planet. So I was in Mount Shasta, and then all of a sudden, my house fell through, and I couldn't stay there. And then my guidance was like, go to Vermont. And so I ended up moving to Vermont, which is like across the country. And they were like, yeah, so we're moving the root chakra. I was like, what do you mean you're moving the root chakra? You can't just move the root chakra. They're like, yeah, what we need to do is really important. And there was a lot of distortion, because when, as you know, a lot of these spiritual sites all over the planet, they have been trying to infiltrate and create false ascension teachings, through different fallen angels and whatnot. Just like, it's a frequency, right? It's like a very crystalline, pristine source, expansive, joyful love energy. And if this energy isn't present in whatever teaching that is being brought through, you know that it's not actually circling with infinity. It's not the teachings of eternal life. So anyway, when I was there in Vermont, I started meditating with these giant boulders, and I found out that the Pleiadians had actually left this technology, this timeline technology there. And I talk about all of this in my book, I Am StarSeed, that you can find on Amazon. I Am StarSeed by Z EarthStar Healer. I really recommend it. People love it. I get emails all the time of people saying they read the whole thing in one sitting, because it's just kind of like soul food for your starseed brain. It's just full of crystalline codes and my experiences in my 7 years, grid working and astral and consciousness, psychic healing, and Sasquatches and ETs and Stargates and all that stuff. I'm trying to get my camera to realign here, but okay. So anyway, going back to the timeline jumping. So what you have to realize is that there's many different bands of energies and frequencies and matter on the planet, right? And for the most part, as a starseed, our consciousness and our soul energy is a very high vibration. And for the most part, it doesn't even touch the energies of the 3D. And that's actually why we're so resistant to fully coming into our body. I'm trying to fix this. Okay, there we go. And so think about if we're all up here and we're just looking down, right? Like, say there's like a bunch of toddlers and they're just having a meltdown and everybody's crying. There's spilt milk everywhere, and like there's just snacks on the floor, and it's just chaos, right? And you're like on a different floor staring down at the toddlers, and you're like, hey, can you guys clean that up? That's kind of what it's like when we're just in our, higher energies, and we're like, the world is healed, And what has happened in my own life is that I've realized that I've had to downstep myself into my 3D body, which is required for me to go into some pretty dark places, because if we're not separate from the planet, right? Our body is a part of the same material fabric that creates everything that is connected to all of life on this planet. So if we know that there's millions of children being trafficked, and we're over here saying, "Oh, we're in New Earth," or whatever, that's kind of delusional. I mean, it's true on one level, but it's not true on a different level. And that's the thing with being multidimensional beings, is that there's never yes or no, wrong or right, because it could be true on one level, but in order for us to be full spectrum beings, it's got to integrate, and you've got to be aware of where you are in the 3D as well. And so in the book, I talk about how in one of my ceremonies, I actually saw a circle of starseed galactic shamans encircling a very dark being. You know, this being is like a kind of a kingpin in a human trafficking. And you have to like realize like what kind of fallen frequency of consciousness would a being have to be to actually do heinous things to children? Like how degraded would your consciousness be to actually derive pleasure from harming children? It's absurd, right? It's like that's something that my scientist self came in very specifically to study, to understand, so I can know how to correct it. Because if I'm everything, and if I'm all consciousness, which we have an intellectual understanding of in the New Age community, how do we apply that and really step into the power of that? Right. And so for me lately, the biggest work that I've been doing is this internal consciousness grid work that I would love to train people to be able to do, because this is actually how we really jump planetary timelines. Is if we can no longer say, well, okay, love and light is me, but pedophiles are not me. Because if we're saying all is self and the universe is unity, then we can't any longer just push things that we don't like away. We have to integrate and say, okay, here's the situation. And it's only with the greatest love and light, the true love and light of God, it's only with the integrated love and light of God in our consciousness that we're actually able to know ourselves, know the truth of ourselves so deeply that we're able to actually move into the darkness with grace and mercy and integrate those energies and clear those energies out. So this is like the majority of the Stargate work that we do every year. This happens because there's a ritual season or whatever, where there's a lot of terrible things are happening on the planet, and we end up going into spontaneous ceremonies, for days on end, where we basically hold so much love and light and integration and acceptance, right? We're not rejecting and saying, well, that thing is bad, that thing we don't like, and that thing needs to go away. We're saying, well, how is it suffering? How can I bring love and compassion to that energy? And in that alchemy, we're actually restructuring it. And so I'm almost done here on the final note, that I see the planet consciousness as like a cymatics, right? When you have like sand and you play like a sound frequency, the sand changes its geometric pattern. And so that's how I see planetary collective consciousness, is that right now there is a distortion frequency that is playing. And so all of humanity, almost like this collective human consciousness on the planet, is very separated, divisive, hateful, fearful, all of those 3D whatever energies that we think. And so if we're actually able to come into full embodiment, we're able to hold the pillar, the homing beacon, so strong that we're going to be able to shift the cymatic frequency of the planetary sphere. And then all of humanity is going to wake up, right? And that's just science. That's how consciousness works. That's why they say we need to reach a critical mass. And it's not a critical mass of intellectual awakening, it's a critical mass of God, light, and love embodied. Right. And so this is the next phase and next step of our collective journey. And I am so excited to witness these miracles happen on a planetary scale.
See? Oh man, I feel like we could just like talk to you for hours and hours and hours. Thank you a million times. Thank you for sharing so many stories about your personal journey, and Wow, so many codes, so many codes. We have a few questions, don't have a lot of time left, so I'm going to jump right in. Let's start with singing, the beginning. Amazing. Like, wow. Was that a light language? And if so, how do we develop this ability?
Wow, you're so tuned in. So I'm actually about to offer a devotional singing class, probably either like beginning of August. Um, so it's a very specific skill that I have developing over a while. It actually began with me asking, like, what can I do to help the planet? What can I do to help the children? And the singing came through, and I was like, "Are you kidding me? You want me to like sing Kumbaya around? Like, I thought I'm supposed to like do push-ups and go and like save the children, you know?" And then all of these structures started coming through. They started showing me how, sound really moves into the fabric of reality, and we're able to encode the space around us and move into the lines of consciousness, because sound is existing, in mass. The mass of sound is between the ethers and the physical, right? And there's very specific ways that this is an art. It's really about moving into a state of devotion and having such a purity of connection with God and having that intention to create harmony. And then it goes into, harmonics and all of that. So I will be teaching a class on this specific thing next month, and I'm really excited about it.
That sounds amazing. Love that. Uh, Flower of life. It's always been the grid around the planet. Is this the false matrix? Is this like is it being distorted right now?
That's a great question. So I personally don't fully resonate with the flower of life geometry. I resonate with like there's like another one that's like a toroidal energy, because we're talking about like finite life force versus infinite eternal life force.
Sure.
And that's basically kind of the architecture distortion that we're interfacing right now. Now
Mm.
I'm not a like a 3D sacred geometry researcher by any means. This is just my personal feeling, and
Mhm.
so take it as
Yeah.
a grain of a
Cool.
grain of salt.
Thank you. Can you elaborate a little bit more on the antidotes that you had mentioned?
Yeah, so in healing work, we call these the Christ opposites, right? So basically, there's viruses of consciousness that all of humanity have been inserted with. I think that these are kind of like the sins that they talk about in the Bible, right? And how we experience it, I feel like most people is like the anti-self viruses, right? I'm not good enough. I'm not divine. Self-judgment, self-criticism, self-hatred. These are the things that it's a very insidious virus, because we don't think is something that's outside of ourselves. We think that this is just normal, right? We've accepted these states of consciousness as normal, which is the insidious part. But the truth is that when we are in those vibrations, we are totally disconnected from our soul's truth, which is that we are love, we are divine, we are perfect, we are infinitely wanted children of an infinitely abundant universe. These are the universal truths that we're completely severed from when those viruses are inside of our body. And that includes, the sexual degradation, and we're not God doesn't exist, and all of these different beliefs that are really weapons in the false matrix. And so the antidotes that we carry inside are these feelings that are natural to us, that might not be as natural to a lot of people that are under mind control. This is why we never fully fell for the mind control, right?
Mm.
They're I found that there are very specific frequencies in the DNA that we have woven into the StarSeed codes that
Mhm.
keep us from being able to fall asleep fully, where we're in school and we're like, this is bullshit, and you just knew. Where
Yeah.
other people are just totally into it, they're like competing for math awards, and you're like, whatever is this? So those are the codes that kept us safe and protected our consciousness to stay awake, at least to a certain extent.
Mhm.
And in the healing modality that I'm cultivating here, we call what is called like the Christ opposite balances out the anti-virus, right? So, the self-hatred and whatnot, we would bring in the Christed opposite of divine love, and that would balance out the distortion, and that can exist for basically anything. And we think about the distorted energy consciousness of beings that, again, like there are people out there that like harm animals for fun. And again, I'm just a super nerd. Like how I woke up was like my guys were like, go to the mall and just scan everybody's energy. And I'm like, I'm not going to the mall. And they would like walk my body to the mall. And I would literally spend hours there, just like kid in a candy shop, like scanning everything, looking into people's energy bodies, checking out like what's happening, how the consciousness is running, how the circuits in the body are running, how reversals are happening. And after years of doing that and doing sessions, I've just kind of mastered this ability to see things from that um, multidimensional vantage point. And I think I just went on a little rant there and lost my train of thought.
Okay, let's have one more question. Grid work and star. Okay, let's start with stargates because today is a portal day. Do portals and stargates have a connection? And if so, who can walk through them? And can you open them? And should you always close them? Sorry, so many questions.
Well, those are great questions, and I feel like this is a kind of a terrain of reality that I'm only beginning to step into because I used to have a lot of dreams about, bilocating, walking through walls, flying. And I think we do have the genetic template to be able to do all those things. And I think how we actually get there is by actually realizing that there is a path to mastery, and it's quite simple. It's just a devotion to divine union within, right? Because what we're realizing is that we are God, and God has all of these qualities being omnipresent, all
Mm,
knowing, you know, um, all powerful, and it's like all, obviously just love itself. And as we really truly begin to merge and experience ourselves as those qualities, we begin to experience ourselves as God, then those qualities are going to lead to experiences of that, right?
mm,
Which are Siddhic powers. So the
mhm,
activation of our Siddhic powers really just comes from us devoting ourselves to the union with God and the embodiment of those frequencies of true divinity. And so back in ancient Egypt, we used to sing songs. This is another part of that. If you're feeling like doing gate work, the songs, they interact with the space and they open up these spaces that interact with the stargates. And, Syrian beings will literally come through, the stories of Hathor about how she would literally just walk through the stargate, come with the
mhm.
teachings, and then go back to Sirius. And these
Yep.
are the things that, are coming back online. These are not just, stories, but we are beginning to create those temples, and even in greater brilliance than before, because we're evolving, right? So what's happening now, it's going to be even more magnificent than in the past. And so as far as alignment to astrological times, I like to pay attention to my personal experience. So
Mhm,
one of the biggest gateways for me personally is actually the Pleiadian Gateway, which is, May 20th or November 20th. The I think that between like mid-July, because right now we're actually inside of the heliocentric alignment of Earth, Sun, and Sirius.
mhm,
So the Earth, the Sun, and Sirius are in direct alignment, and usually these alignments allow the consciousness energy of those portals to reach the earth and reach human consciousness in a greater way. And so I think, with the Syrian energy, that was like the entire Egyptian, they're the ancestors of the Egyptian knowledge mystery schools. And that's kind of the energy that we're entering here, right? Is like the mysteries of connecting
mhm,
with divinity and realizing that we have powers beyond, what we believe in. And even with the pyramids, how they were, major grid work acupuncture devices, right? And we're talking about grid work, and we are doing that grid work. So I definitely feel like there's something to alignments, and I like to just pay attention and never believe anything anyone tells me. Um,
yeah. Nice. Well, thank you so much. I super appreciate that. And real quick, where can people find you and connect?
yeah, so my website www.earthstar.academy, and I do a free weekly transmission on Saturdays called StarSeed Mission Support, and there's just a wide plethora of support videos on just about every topic. On my YouTube channel, that's youtube.com/earthstarhealer, and Instagram is a good place to find me as well, is at earthstar.sanctuary, and I think nature is gonna post the links
Post
or
that.
whatever later. So Thank you so
Boom.
much.
We did it. Thank you so much. It was such a beautiful time. Can't wait to talk to you again. And just infinite blessings to you, dear sister.
Thank you so much. Bye, everybody.
All right. Take care. Ooh, that was amazing. I love these transmissions. They're just awesome. So let's just keep rolling here. How are you guys doing? How did you feel after Z's presentation? Curious. Just I was just checking out some of the comments there. You guys are awesome. Much love. Thanks for showing up from all around the world, everyone, for the StarSeed Conference. Now, our next guest, you've seen him a little bit today already, but he's going to be sharing a lot more with you. Now, Flo Karuna, or Nature Flo, as some of us call him, is a world and soul traveler. He's journeyed throughout the planet, witnessing miracles occurring through his strong intuition and faith. Known as a channel for Earth consciousness, he is passionate about sharing the new offerings that unify the planet for the next 7 generations and beyond. His life has been dedicated to empowering others, transmitting the teachings of Mother Earth, and connecting humans to the galactic realms. Flo considers himself a simple cosmic communicator with the ultra terrestrial species of the grand universe. Flo is the founder of StarCodes and also a talented conscious film script writer. He created the Masters of Light, the group Oracle, and the Pleiadian Oracle. Welcome, Flo, to the stage. Take it away, brother.
Hello, thank you, Rajie. Appreciate the introduction, and thank you to Z, my Andromedan star sister. So when you get prepared for these conferences, you kind of have an idea of what you're going to talk about. But then the spirit takes over, and you have to just honor the present moment. So there's a couple of things I want to talk about today. But first, I just want to tell you a little about myself. My name is Flo Karuna. I go by the artist name Nature. We first have to understand what is happening in this current moment. So Grandma Flodemayo kind of like gently spoke about how there's a birthing process occurring right now, or an end of cycles. And we have to understand as starseeds that in the process of a new cycle occurring, in the process of a species jumping to or calibrating to the next level of dimensionality, there is a level of death that is occurring. And death may not always be a beautiful topic. Right now, we're witnessing, maybe powers that be trying to impose certain restrictions, trying to put stuff in our body. And this is a desperate attempt to cling on to something that cannot be controlled. For our universe is entering a new season. And this new season is a tilting of spirituality from slightly masculine to slightly feminine. So just like Mother Earth is always on a slight tilt, so do these seasons operate in a similar manner. And the cycle that we're entering in, all the rules have changed from the past cycle. And it's imperative that we adjust to this cycle in order to thrive. So what exactly is this new feminine cycle that is emerging in human consciousness? To understand this cycle, firstly, I have to explain a little about the masculine tilting cycle that we've came out. So in that cycle, our planet was in a slightly less vibrational field and the universe and solar system we found ourselves in. As a result of being in a slightly lower vibration, the spiritual adept, the spiritual seeker, in order to touch God, in order to touch that universality, they would have to leave their physical body. In that cycle, people meditated, people detached from society at large. They went into solitude, and through this aloneness, they connected to an all oneness. And this served itself in that cycle. The crown chakra was validated as the closest access point to God. But now, as we're in this new feminine tilting cycle, our planet and solar system have entered a higher vibratory field. And in order to access this high frequency, it is found, the highest vibration is found in Mother Earth, Pachamama. And this cycle, as we've heard from Z and others, it's imperative for us to be in our body. It's imperative for us to bring the StarCodes into our physical temple. And when we begin to pull forth our StarCodes and root it into our physical temple, we begin to alter our DNA. We begin to lucidify the earth plane field and develop the cities, develop the Siddhic powers, and gain an ability to transform the terrain through our thoughts, visions, and inspirations. Mother Earth has been very clear on there's an empowerment occurring for the human species. And we will find that when we pull the energy into our body, when we pull it into our navel point, we begin to vibrate higher. So in that past cycle, the highest vibratory point was our crown chakra, and we have a little residue from the old spiritual age where everything's about go up, go up, go up. But now we're inviting you to go down, go down, go down, and root into our body, root into the cores of Mother Earth. For this is the highest empowerment of our time. So my spiritual teacher, his name is Dharmapa. He'll be speaking later. And he shared me a story in the astral realms that really jumped out in my experience in life. He shared how he was traveling through the universe with his guide, and his guide took him to a universal museum deep in the cosmos. When he entered this universal museum, you could see every species that has existed in the universe, kind of like a museum on Earth. Now, as he was looking at the Earth part of the museum, we saw the evolution occurring in the various genetics. And beside the current day human, there was a blank spot. So my teacher, he asked his guide, why is this spot open? And the guide said, because a new human is coming to the planet. And I have no doubt that all of us are the new humans of this time. Each one of us is carrying the medicine, the vision, and the vibration needed to shift this plane and enter us into the new earth consciousness. But this new earth consciousness is unseated through yourself, activating your divine gifts. You are so precious to the planet right now. You are the prayer of the ancestors before you, and you are the prayer of the soon-to-be generations ahead. Within you, you have been tailor-built to access a specific unique trait, a specific unique talent that is going to send ripples to consciousness. And when we begin to break free from the depth consciousness that's been programmed on us by, you could call them the dark forces, or you could just, whatever you want to call them, the reptilians. I don't tend to go too deep into that, but that's a topic for another day. When you activate that inner compass, when you activate that inner skill set and inspiration within, you begin to seed this reality with the new earth consciousness. So I've been speaking to the Lyrans. Like I said, I work with many extra ultra terrestrial species, and the Lyrans have delivered a very clear message. Now, for those that don't know, the Lyrans are a feline race of lionesses that hail from the Vegan and Lyran constellations. However, there's a great story to our universe, and there's so much, but there was a war in Orion and Vega, and with Lyra being in the center. And as a result of this galactic war, many of these lionesses fled to Sirius B, where we're anchored into in Portal right now. And now these lionesses in Sirius B are relaying the information for empowerment, are relaying how to ascend on this plane. And as simple as it sounds, they really want us to be confident. They really want us to claim ourselves, claim our energetical bodies, claim our knowing. Because one of the greatest forms of slavery in our modern day time is worrying too much what other people think. This loop of being concerned of how other people view your life is looping us into lower dimensional fields, because we're most of the time looping into a lower vibrational humans. So it's imperative that you tap into your inspirational source. It's imperative that you tap into your blueprint, your soul blueprint for why you are here. So oftentimes the question is, how do I tap in to my soul blueprint? How do I tap into my purpose on earth? And we like to say, to tap into your purpose is not simply a logical action. It actually is a vibration that you embody. And by embodying the vibration of inspiration, joy, or whatever brings that radiance in your field, you naturally align with your soul mission and begin to walk the path that Great Spirit Creator sent for you. It's such an exciting time, and we really need to tap into this empowerment. Now, many individuals can be passionate about transforming a certain aspect on Mother Earth, alchemizing a certain aspect on Mother Earth. And we're inviting you to seek that. So, say for example, you tend to have your energy boil when you hear about false education. Or say for example, you tend to have your energy boil when you hear about, medical institutions, going against the natural law. Whatever might be triggering you might give you an indication of your sacred work on this plane. And by becoming aware of your inner genius and flipping that to be of service, you begin to embody the new earth codes. So how that applies for me, for example, is I've created a board game called Masters of Light. It's actually a group oracle where families and friends get the option, get the ability to tap into deeper conversations and do stuff that you wouldn't normally have at the dinner table. And how this sort of came to fruition was I kept meeting people who were complaining about the game Monopoly in my life. And around like 5 times in the same week, people kept complaining about the board game Monopoly. So I started to, when you get the signs, I started to question, why do people keep complaining about this board game? And by tuning into that question, I realized Monopoly was the game of planet Earth in the moment. People were chasing the cheese, people were trying to get real estate, people were trying to compete over one another. And by understanding that trigger point, I began to realize that, okay, if a board game could represent mass consciousness in the game we're playing, perhaps I should create a new product that embodies the new earth. And therefore, Masters of Light came to fruition. So this universe is offering us such a divine opportunity, because whether you're inspired or whether you're triggered, each one is leading you to your soul blueprint, to your unique compass. And this is where the magic happens, family. This is how my journey was. You know, I left my home with no plans. I the week I was planning to leave, I reached out on Craigslist classifieds and I asked people, you know, I was in Toronto at the time and I was just trying to get a drive to the Atlantic Ocean so I could start my journey because you cannot hitchhike in Toronto. And I reached out to these people and I asked them, you know, can I have a ride with you to Nova Scotia? It was a rideshare program. And the majority of people said, sorry, I'm full. And I kind of gave up on the idea. So that following week on a Saturday, I was 40 minutes away from my house. I was talking to my good friend UJ Ramdas, the creator of the 5 Minute Journal. And we were talking about how sometimes in life, it only takes one decision to alter your course and send you on a complete journey you've never thought of. And while we're having this exact conversation, I get a beep beep on the other line. I say, hold on. I switch to the other line, and it's the individual who I reached out for the ride share telling me that the person who she was supposed to pick up canceled, and now there's an open spot. And I was 40 minutes away from my house, and she was closer to my house than me. And I knew in that moment I had to make a decision. So having that previous conversation rumbling in my body, I said yes, but I need an hour to get home. I need 40 minutes to drive and 20 minutes to pack. So I stepped on the gas and I sped home. She was waiting on the driveway for me. I wasn't even packed. I ran in my house. It was kind of like, you know, in a movie when a child runs away. I was throwing all my stuff in my bag. I literally zipped my bag and boom, my journey has started. 0 plans and trusting in faith. And there's so much magic, family, to sometimes entering the unknown. You know, many of us constantly ask, you know, for change in our lives, for us to get the finances, for us to get the relationship, or for us to, you know, walk that soul mission. And if we want to enter a new stratosphere of living, then naturally we would have to enter an unknowing within us. And it's that unknowing which is the gateway to a new life. And this is where we find ourselves on planet Earth right now. There is a collective unknowing in the field. And rather than react and maybe be concerned about what is happening, the Arcturian guides have been clear that we are witnessing a death. We are witnessing a death of an old consciousness that has gripped tight onto the freedom and individuality of the human race, and we are opening up into a higher vibratory plane where all might be possible. But this journey to get there can be rumbling. You know, they talk about how when they test planes at Boeing, that each time the higher model plane goes and hits its highest altitude, it begins to shake. And then the next plane surpasses that highest altitude and begins to shake at the next level. And we must go easy on ourselves in this transition, or we will lose the narrative of what is really transpiring for Pachamama. And what is transpiring for Pachamama is happening in your energy field. The news, the mainstream media, the sources outside of ourselves from the old world are not going to tell us what is occurring. The new earth is going to be claimed in our energy body. The new earth is going to be awoken in our energy field, in our thoughts and awareness. And it's here where the gateway's opening. For you, my family, are an empowered co-creator. You have been sent here to enact great harmonious change. And in this sacred moment, I'm inviting your codes. I'm inviting your energy body to rise. So maybe begin to close our eyes, and I'm and just connect with Mother Earth. Connecting with our planet. And let's maybe place our hands or feet to Pachamama. Taking a deep inhale into our diaphragm and letting it out with a sigh, releasing all that no longer serves you. And another deep inhale into your diaphragm. Hold and letting out all that doesn't serve you. And as we begin to connect with Pachamama, I'm inviting you to open your energy field to the possibilities for your life. I'm inviting you to open your mind, body, and spirit for your highest organic timeline. For your energy field and auric field to begin pulsating the vibration of your soul codes and allowing that to enter your genetic temple by communicating out loud in this moment. I open myself to my highest timeline. I open myself to my highest star mission on Earth. I allow for the full expression of my genius to come through with full empowerment, joy, and grace. While I play the drums, just inviting you to be with your sacred self. Asking all our multi-dimensional guides to begin to surround us, inviting all our galactic star family. Beginning to open up the new earth within our body. Beginning to open ourselves to what is possible for our species and for our lives. Shamala Shanta Tomalayatama Shata Shamadom Omania Shanta Shamalom Shantam Shanti Om Shanti Om Om Mani Padmeham Om Mani Padmeham Om Mani Padmeham Om Shanti Shanti Om Shanti Om. May you walk as an empowered change maker. May you know you are the prayer of many. May your seed blossom so the world may smell your sacred fragrance, see the beauty that is you. I love you all. I love you and bless you and bless you. Namaste.
Yes. Mm. So beautiful. So beautiful. What was that instrument that you were playing exactly?
Yes, it's actually the hickory drum. You can't probably see it right now, but
Oh yeah.
drum made
It-
in Mexico by one of our presenters, and
Nice.
it's in the shape of a peyote button meant
Mm,
to elicit altered states of consciousness.
amazing. Cool. Well, thank you so much for everything that you just transmitted. I was deeply touched by it. I felt some tears coming on, and that just tells me that there's like deep resonation happening. So I'm curious to see what was happening for other people. We have a quick question for you. Can you speak a little bit about the consciousness of the planet that's leaving and like the new one coming in? Is it the same? Is it different? Does it have a name? And if
Yes,
so, what?
that's a great question. So, all the masters, yogis, enlightened beings have said the world is a reflection of us.
Mm,
And just as we're in a state of evolution, so is our planet. If
mm,
you look at the journey of our planet, she has changed skin. She has shedded skin. Maybe oceans have shifted. Maybe we had different species, at a time dominating. And
mm,
Mother Earth is in constant evolution. So, right now, what I understand is happening from my communication with her is she's empowering the human race on the next level. So, in this cycle we're coming out of, there's been a lot of shadow empowerment where humans have used their power to manipulate, control. And in this new cycle we're entering, Mother Earth is essentially giving us the keys to the planet for our consciousness to be intermingled with the elements, for our consciousness to be intermingled with the species, and for us to actually co create in a very quick manner in the higher dimensional planes. So,
mm,
just as we, in dream time, when we have dreams, our thoughts tend to manifest with much grace. And that's what we're essentially preparing ourselves for. I mean, I don't
mhm,
have a timeline for this, but it's clear that Mother Earth wants to empower the guardians, wants to empower the caretakers. And I've been given visions from her where, with our conscious technology, which is the highest technology out there beyond, computers and cell phones, we're going to have an innate ability to alter the terrain and clean it through our pure heart desires. And that's why it's so important for us to be in the heart, because the heart is the way of the new human. And that is, as you've studied heart frequency and calibration, we're talking about a completely different level of frequency when we're
yeah.
residing in our sacred heart. So, yeah, it's exciting times, and this new earth entails the new human.
Mm.
So, yeah, I hope that
Exciting.
answered the question.
We have one more question, which I think is really important. I'm curious to know how you answer this. It's from an anonymous attendee. And then we'll move on to our next guest, Neil. So how do light workers, no, how do light workers, okay, how do you interact with people, let's say juvenile delinquents, especially? How do you integrate everything that they may know, the individual, of love and light, and those who are still stuck in their karmic path, that the light is so behind so many filters that the mind is so distorted and asleep? Should I ask that again, or did you grab that?
I kind of grasped
All right.
the essence of the question, so I think I'll be good. So, before I get into that, a clear message has been communicated to me over the last couple of weeks. So, we live in these times where there's a distortion between starseeds and normal human beings. We may not be interested in the fear of the news, we may not be caught up in these narratives, and we might have a natural tendency to want to change and evolve people. So, the Arcturians have communicated to me something called entanglement. And the act of entanglement is when you try to control someone or try to change someone. And that process connects you energetically to the person and begins to lower both of your frequencies. And that's kind of been the story of the earth for the past cycle. There's been infinite entanglement in relationships, entanglement in governments, and so forth.
Yeah.
So what they've been telling me in vision is when a caterpillar is in the cocoon, it's so dangerous to try to pull the caterpillar out and make it a butterfly. And it could actually do harm to the evolution of the being. So, of course, it's imperative we speak our truth when we get the intuitive hit, because we're not just love and light, we're also truth and fire.
Right.
And there are moments where we got to speak our truth. But the biggest way we could engage with this our surroundings is by becoming an embodied change maker who sets the calibration frequency within our field.
Mm.
And that is where the journey begins. The journey begins within ourselves. I mean, if we focus fully on our external reality, we're gonna tap out of our empowerment.
Yeah.
So it's imperative that we, as multi-dimensional souls who are operating on different levels, and just I'll quickly say, like the old way was like just tap into the higher frequency and abandon the roots. But it's so imperative that light workers are in body, so imperative that light workers are grounded, so if we could access consciousness from a multi-dimensional perspective, and then every person who comes into our field, we're going to know the dimensional plane they're operating on, and we could shift our frequency while still keeping our truth and communicate or embody the energy so they can understand. And this is how Mother Earth operates. If you have a seed, a cactus seed, it won't grow in the rainforest. And you can't force the cactus to grow in the rainforest. And then you have like the old growth tree, and you can't force the old growth tree to grow in the desert. So it's imperative that when we interact with society, that we're present to the person's energetical field. And when we become aware of the individual's energetical field, we could allow our mastery to deliver us tailored solutions, whether it's remain quiet, whether it's tell the person fuck off, or whatever. But there's different levels. And this is the beauty of the mastery path, because there's no guidebook, Star Family. There's no book. There's only the present moment. And this present moment will reveal the totality of existence. So yeah, it's an
Great.
exciting
So
time.
what I understood from that is it's way easier to meet someone where they're at vibrationally once you practice enough within yourself to quiet and listen. And so it's a lot easier to have these conversations with people because you naturally will know exactly what to say, when to say it. Is that right?
Absolutely. And I find that when we listen, our shield is removed and the individual shield is removed, and then we could actually like have this energetical transmission as starseeds, because we're carrying frequency.
Exactly.
And someone's presence, we're going to send vibration.
Yeah. Awesome. You're the best. Thank
I love
you.
you
Thank
all.
you. Thank you.
And I'm just going to share with the Star Family, we're doing a 7-week StarSeed course on StarCodes, where each week we're going through the various star races. We're going to go through Andromeda, Sirius, the Pleiades, Arcturians, the Hathors, the Jewelwyns, etc. And each week we're going to do an educational component and then do a guided meditation for you to connect with your star truth. And it's just a powerful course, and we're going to be starting that August 8th. So I think the link's in the bio. And yeah, if you're interested, would love to have you there.
Perfect. Well, thank you so much, brother. Super appreciate you. And thank you for holding this amazing conference that is bringing so many beautiful, wonderful people and teachings together. Thank you.
It's an honor. So much love. Blessings all.
Love. All right. See you later. Awesome, guys. Wonderful, beautiful beings. Thank you, thank you, thank you. Let's move on to the next speaker. We have Neil Garr coming up, and I'm going to tell you a little bit about Neil. So, Neil Garr. Neil is the founder of Portal to Ascension. Oh, make sure. There we go. He's the founder of Portal to Ascension, which is a conscious event production company created in 2008 that hosts a wide range of presenters on a variety of topics such as the origins of humanity, the existence of extraterrestrial life, exposing hidden truths, and exploring the nature of reality. He travels the world with his wife Soul, facilitating gatherings and filming documentaries that are intended to empower the individual to reclaim their sovereignty and awaken to their full potential. Neil also operates an online platform that creates and facilitates about 110 conferences and workshops a year. At this point, Portal to Ascension has worked with over 1,500 researchers, spiritualists, scientists, consciousness explorers, and more. Neil is a philosopher, historian, researcher, and spoken word artist, and he's now here to present his wisdom and knowledge. Welcome, Neil. Thank you so much. Take it away.
Hey, thank you so much. Hey, everybody, what's going on? I'm Neil, and great to be here with you all. I only have about 15 to 20 minutes, so I'm just going to go right into it. But what I'm going to do is just freestyle, kind of just my experience and my journey in life, and how I got to where I am now, and all the realizations I came across along the way, or at least as much as I can. But I want to definitely put in some poetry here too, because I love to. We do a lot of conferences as you just heard, around 110 a year. So I always love to put entertainment within that. So part of that is definitely poetry, music, art. So I'm going to start with a poem here. And this one is called The Fifth World. Meditate and levitate. Waves of frequencies resonate higher. I'm connected to the provider. Source of cosmic energy, we're going to be one single entity, expansion remedied, oneness must breathe, exhale and let free, consciousness to be, experiences of you and me. Souls of interdimensional beings to feel, hear, and see this third dimensional planetary. All time can be found in one instance. In this realm of linearity, atoms in anarchy, quantum polarity, the epitome of creation, facing our egos, acquiring patience, waiting to let go of our nations, and join the Federation of Souls that will take us into the fifth world. As I was doing that, my camera went out, so I'm back now. So everybody, hello. So great to be with you all. My name is Neil, and I will just tell you about my story, really. I was born and raised in England, in London. I moved to California, into US when I was 12 years old. I was born into a Hindu family, so I was raised, with all the rites and rituals, as most Indian kids are, and I was first generation in England, but I really didn't have any firm belief. I just did what I was told. And what I've noticed from a lot of my peers within the Indian first generation community, that a lot of them, just do what they're told, but they don't really have any firm belief. It's really just based on rites and rituals. And I was doing the same thing too. And when I moved here to California, when I was 12 years old, I continued doing all that until I graduated. I always felt this disconnect, like something was off in the world and just different from everyone else. And as I started, going to college, when I turned 18, I went to Cal State Fullerton here in California. I was introduced to not only a wide range of diverse music that I was into a range of music before that too, but after that, it really expanded and new people started entering my life. I began writing poetry and doing spoken word. I started researching what I was actually writing and looking it up online. So I was saying things like star family. I was saying things like black holes. I did a short story of two different races from another planet, but I wasn't in the awareness of any of this. And this was 2000, 2001. So I started researching, right? Black hole, ETs, interdimensional travel. And I started finding videos online that was validating the things that I was talking about. And I found videos from Nassim Haramein, Jordan Maxwell, William Henry, and Jim Self, all individuals I've had the opportunity to work with, some of them quite extensively. And as I was learning all this, it was a really full range picture. And Nassim helped me get this analytical mind of mathematical, scientific background, and realized that consciousness and oneness is actually a science, and it's a science that was never discovered. It was here always, right? But we kind of forgot it and disconnected from it, and now we're coming back to it. And a little story about, when I found out about Nassim and his information, he explained to me something like this. For example, the universe is a projection of our external world, right? Like the universe is a reflection of us, but the human mind, it's really difficult for us um, to fathom infinity, right? Outside of something, there's got to be something else, right? Outside of my hand, there's this room. Outside of the room, it's the city, so on and so forth, all the way out. So what's outside the universe? If we're in an infinite expanding universe, isn't the universe technically expanding into something else? But if it's already expanded and it's all places all the time, how is it infinite, right? So there was the first initial paradox that I came across. And I'm sorry, guys, my camera keeps going out for some reason. Here, I'm gonna try it again. So I'm gonna keep talking, even though my camera goes out. But one thing that you can understand, and I began to understand, is that you can divide infinitely within yourself, right? You can continuously divide and divide one into half of that, and then so on and so forth, continuously divide it. So we can fathom that we can completely divide ourselves and cells into like infinity and keep dividing forever. But it's been difficult for us to fathom that externally something can be infinite like that as well. So to me, what that represented, and I guess to Nassim as well, is that the infinity outside of us is a reflection of the division within, right? So the infinity outside of us is a reflection of the infinity within. So as I was learning all this information, 2001 to 2008, I went deep down the rabbit hole in this info. I went so hardcore in the rabbit hole that I actually began to get really lost and confused in regards to all the conspiracy theories. And as I was going deep into conspiracy theories, I came into a world of a lot of fear. And I'm sorry, guys, I'm going to take 10 seconds here just to try to get my camera back up because it's throwing me off. There we go. I'm back. I started getting deep into conspiracy theories for about 8 years. And even though I was into consciousness, I was discovering all this information about extraterrestrial races and our human origins. I wanted to know, like, I really wanted to know what the root of all religion was. How did I even get to where I am now? And I was especially interested as myself, as an Indian person, being born in England, from my parents being from India. What was the migration routes and what really led to my creation? And by doing that, I went on the exploration of the root of all religion. By trying to find out the root of all religion, I came across all of this information, especially the Sumerian tablets of creation, in which I dissected. I'd have the Quran with me, the Bible, I'd have Kabbalic text, I'd have the Sumerian tablets of creation, and I'd be sitting at Panera Bread with my friend, like 2002, 3, 4, and literally like highlighting sections of these texts that was similar. And then it came to me, whoa, wait a second. It looks like a lot of these religions are actually borrowing from older texts or borrowing from each other. Is some commonality here. We're starting the root of all religion. Where did it all come from? But then I was like, well, if there's so many similarities, right? For example, there's evidence to suggest that Krishna and Christ could be the same person, or at least an incarnation of the same exact cosmic makeup. If there's so many similarities, why do we focus on all that differences? Why do all these religions focus on differences? And if there's similarities between a polytheistic religion, that even though technically most Hindus will tell you that Hinduism is monotheistic because there's only one God and everybody's a reflection of that. But if they are so different, why is there's this common thread? So as I was into that, I went deep down the rabbit hole of trying to figure it out. But as I did that, pretty soon I got into the bloodlines and the negative ET agenda. So for around, like, I would say like 4 or 5 years, I was a happy kid. I was doing my thing, hanging out in college with my friends and everything. But I was definitely hardcore into the conspiracies of, look what they have done to us. They, right? Fast forward to 2008, the first time I actually performed spoken word poetry at an open mic. I wasn't in a good place. I really had thought that, they were completely in control of us and we had no control of our reality. So as I'm contemplating this awareness, I I was into all these concepts that were spiritual in nature, right? Vibration, frequency, understanding that the Sumerian tablets of creation had symbolism within it that was advanced sciences. They knew them, the exact. They had a two scale map of our solar system with all the planets in the right positions on their tablet of creation, right? So there was something going on there, something very advanced in spiritual awareness. Even though that was the case, I wasn't feeling it until around 2008. I realized that there was one missing link in everything that I was doing, right? The missing link was love. And at that point was my shift. And that's when Portal to Ascension was born. My shift was that even though like I feel that this has happened to us and there is this game playing outside of us, external to us, my realization was that this game was set into place in order to give us the contrast that we needed and that we signed up for in order for us to basically get these experiences. Like, how beautiful is it? There are channelers out there that say that we live in this world of amnesia, and some of them, even like Bashar, for example, says that this is the only planet within our dimension or even higher dimensions that has complete amnesia, right? Meaning we forget our past lives, we forget our extraterrestrial lives. You can put that all together into one category, which will be simultaneous lives, since time is only a construct of our distance between our Earth and our sun. So even so, we came here with this amnesia and are going through all these experiences in order to learn and understand and appreciate the light. So it's almost like a self-imposed test, really, of how we can transcend all these challenges. So as I was realizing that, a component of that was love and the realization and acceptance of what has happened in the past. And part of that was accepting all those elites and the bloodlines and everything that they've done to us as a part of the experience that I signed up for. However, that didn't make it that I no longer actively like work towards creating harmony on the earth. Instead, it brought me to a place of non-reaction where I wasn't reacting negatively anymore to all these situations that were occurring to us. And then I began looking at it from a place of loving all beings for their roles that they've played, but still taking informed action to make some positive shifts on the world. So that was 2008. The Facebook group started in 2006. So it had been 2 years of building the Facebook group. And at that point, we had like 100,000 people. We had Portal to Ascension UK, Portal to Ascension New York, Portal to Ascension Canada, California, and then the huge groups as well. And my YouTube channel started then as well too. But I realized that we had such a huge community of people that what if I started doing live events, right? So I started doing live events in 2009 that started with small meditation events that soon went into international tours. If I'm saying international because we went to Canada, so technically it's international, from basically San Diego all the way to Vancouver and on to Victoria Island. And the first tours were sound healing tours. And then after that, we went into extraterrestrial channeling tours. And one of my friends, his name is Brad Johnson, channels a being called Adronis from Sirius. And we went on a tour and we did over 150 channeling events in different cities over a period of a few years, in which we would open up sound healing, and then it would go into a Q&A with this being from Sirius. So this was like the playing ground and the testing ground of really what Portal to Ascension became. And as I was into all the channeling at that point, I was really into the starseed information and our galactic origins. And that was kind of the foundation of it, really trying to track back not only the root of religion on Earth, but then what happens when you go off planet, and how does that connect to the cycles of time and the fact that there have been great advanced civilizations that have been on this Earth many, many times. We're just talking about Atlantis, right? Like recently. And even some people think that's a myth, right? So we're talking about that. And let's say Atlantis, the last phase of Atlantis falling out, because some researchers argue that it fell in 3 phases. It wasn't just one, one cataclysm. But around 13,000 years ago, as Atlantis was transitioning out, that's just one cycle. Imagine 26,000 years before that, 13,000 years before that. Chances are that this has happened many, many times. And we're only recently talking about the most recent situation. So how does that connect, and what imposed this karmic cycle? So this is what I was attempting to research. And as I was doing that, I began going to conferences and meeting hundreds of speakers, getting the emails, phone numbers, connecting with them. And I started doing all-day ancient alien conferences with people from Ancient Aliens back in 2010, 2011. And then Laura Eisenhower joined on as soon as she came out. Her first 10 events that she did was Portal to Ascension events. So we were really exploring the information there. And at this point, 2012 hit. We did 2 large conferences, and that was the milestone really that took us to the next level. And at this point, we have created around I would say at least 3,200 events on many different topics, everything from online events to live conferences, retreats, and tours. And the whole purpose of this is to empower the individual to remember who they are, right? That's the bottom line of it all. It's all about empowerment. But through empowerment, there's many different aspects, right? There's sacred sexuality, there's conscious nutrition. There's so many ways to harmonize our energy. So everything that we can explore, we've done on Portal to Ascension. And right now, what we're still doing, we have around 10,000 hours. And I'll show you guys in a second our website if you want to take a look and sign up. For anybody who signs up for free, there's 3,000 hours of presentations on many topics, but then there's around 10,000 hours of content altogether. And our YouTube channel has been getting pretty big lately as well. And the whole purpose really is just to explore and empower, not only for individuals that are just waking up now, because it took me like a decade at least to get to a point of like where I felt like I had a grasp of the cycles of what's going on, even though really it's a continuous evolution. But I'm meeting people now that are getting the downloads within months, within years, within weeks, even. So much information out there. The content is so prevalent that it's like almost instantaneous now. You can get this download of this information. So our platform is for those individuals is a one-stop shop for consciousness, where you want to go and just learn everything that you can when you're waking up. But it's also for next level light workers that are going to be the teachers and for this new reality that is emerging. Like we did a conference called Physics of the Universe online conference, 10 hours of nonstop the physics and the geometry behind the mathematical realization that we are all one, right? So I highly, and I'll show you guys right now, actually, I think if you guys are interested, do go to our website, portaltoascension.org, and sign up there, and you can check out the content. And we're actually launching a new website pretty soon that we're going to have an app for the TV, the smartphone casting feature, and all of that. And also, we are going to be launching a series of events. We've just started a weekly show called the Disclosure Agenda Show, because so many things are happening with ETs and UFO disclosure right now. But the purpose of everything that we're doing is to bring it back to the consciousness and the experiencer, right? There's a lot of negative information out there, especially when it comes to the UFO question. What we hear from the mainstream and the government officials a lot is that there's a threat, right? But then we also hear them say in another breath that there is no evidence that this is a threat. So then you start questioning, why are they saying it's a threat? Some military funding reasons, who knows, something more nefarious, possibly. So what we are attempting to do is provide a stream of conscious positive awareness that takes it into the bigger picture of what is going on this planet and who we are and what we really do know. There's scriptures, texts, there's channelers, there's so much information out there, and most of it shows that the vastness of our human experience is so intricate and so beautiful that as this information gets out there to the public even more and more, we're going to have a better understanding of who we are and our role in the universe. Once we look at the cycles of time and what's happened in our past, and we start looking at the evidence for ancient civilizations, we're now able to navigate reality on a whole other level. We have the template and the ability, we have the template, we have the education, we have the ability to navigate our existence in the most harmonious, conscious way. But why doesn't it happen? Right. And part of why it doesn't happen is because we're in outdated cycles and paradigm systems, right? We're in outdated systems that served us in the experience that we needed for the darkness. And now we're transcending into a lighter experience of reality. However, these old patterns, right? Call it the Kali Yuga, whatever you want to say, dark ages, these old systems are still here, but they're actually dying out. And as they're dying out, we're seeing chaos all around us because it doesn't work like that anymore. Information and transparency is the cornerstone of what we're moving towards. And by the internet and the way information get from one person to another in such a quick, in such a fast pace, we're now getting a need to have this transparent world. So when I see chaos around me, when I see systems that are collapsing, all I really feel from that is that we're just making way for the new energies, right? It's literally just making way for a paradigm that is inevitable, that we're heading towards, right? Just look at the cycles of time, go to the Vedic awareness of the Yuga ages, and they even have dates within it, right? And you can see that we're on this upturn. So one, we don't judge the fact that we were on a downturn, because that was exactly how we're supposed to have been. But then we also realize that there's something to be looking forward to, because we're on this positive incline. And as we're on this positive incline, the veils are thinning and we're able to have a connection to source like we haven't before. Within every single age, there's an ability for liberation, right? So even though it might get denser in this world, there's the ability to be fully liberated in no matter what age you're in. Some ages just happen to be easier than others, but even in those ages, there are those that remain to be ignorant to the cosmic truths, right? So right now, the energies are in our favor, and that's what I really want to leave you guys on. I'm going to show you guys my website right now, just so you can take a look at it and hopefully sign up there. And I'm going to do a spoken word piece, and I'll be done for today. Firstly, if you want to check out our YouTube channel, here it is. We're going live every single day. We're releasing 300 hours of UFOs, ETs, extra-dimensional content over the next, we've done it for the last month. We're doing it for another month. And this is in order to really assist us in getting positive information out when the mainstream is putting out all this other conflicting information. You can see here, we just went live the other day, yesterday, a StarSeed's Guide to the Galaxy with a Honda V Strong Deer, Adam Apollo, Ancient Starseed, then Human Genome, my presentation on the Maya Empire, benevolent extraterrestrial races. So it's a lot of great content there. And, you can tune in with a couple hundred people in the live and have some fun. This is our website. Please do go to portal2ascension.org. You can put in your name and email there. You sign up, you'll get an email with username and password, and you'll be able to access the backend. And this is how the current backend looks. And you can see there's hundreds and hundreds and hundreds of presentations here. And you can search by speaker. You can type the speaker's name. Let's type in Laura Eisenhower. You can see we have like 1, 2, 3, 10 events here with Laura alone, which is about 4 hours each. You can go here, advanced technology, ancient civilizations, ascension, conference, conscious business, divine feminine, just keeps going on. But our new website, which is this one right here, is going to be looking much different and have even more content with all of our events for the whole of the rest of the year already there. You can search by category. Say you want to go to True World History, and then you want to go to ancient technology. All you want to know is True World History and ancient technology. That's all you want. Boom, boom. Okay, this is the upcoming event by Jamie Janover, the lead emissary of Nassim Haramein. He's doing that event. Oh, wait, I just want to know True World History, galactic history. Boom. Adam Apollo, the ancient mystery of our human origins. This is just the upcoming events. The past events has like 20 times more than the upcoming events, of course, because we have so many in our archives. And then you can even watch it. It's kind of like, looks like Netflix here, And our speakers page, hundreds of speakers with the contact information, who they are, what they do, what they communicate about, sorting them out by category, and how to reach them, and if they do sessions and all that. So go ahead and check it out, guys. Portal2ascension.org. And we have some really big things in store. As I said, around 110 events a year. And now we're expanding to international tours. We're doing one to the Yucatan. We're hopefully soon we'll be doing one to Petra, maybe to Egypt, and just taking people all over the world and doing event production on any level. But what we really are is we are an event production company, full range conscious event production company. Say that, for example, James Redfield, for example, the author of the Celestine Prophecy, we produce all of his events. William Henry, we produce like 4 events a year. If a speaker wants to do a tour, but all they want is someone to handle Ubers and hotels, we do that. If a speaker wants to do a huge conference but wants someone to manage it, we do that. So we have our own platform of events, but we're also a white labeled organization that we're able to offer a lot of services. And basically what we created here is a service that a lot of speakers and presenters, researchers didn't know they needed, so that they have the ability to be in their passion, do what they're doing, and we can handle everything else in between that. So, okay, I'm going to do one spoken word piece, and then we're going to close it out. Yeah, we've worked with over 1,500 speakers. That's a lowballing number because we've worked with many, many speakers, and some people I don't even remember. It's been a lot, but all that content is there, and you can check out their websites and everything too. Okay, so here's my poem. These are my final words for this transmission. This is called The Journey. The road goes on for generations. The travelers would disperse their light amongst all the willingly incarnated souls. But what if the ones that didn't know? Amnesia and the internal endowment to reserve a place in the 5th dimension for themselves. The ego took control, and a better life they shall never know. I welcome you, dark one, into the lap of luxury followed by pain and woes. We all sold our souls to the devil, but the devil exists not. Negative energy we dub as evil creates the demons of whom we are fearful. Take the D from the demon, put it in front of the word evil, and now you have a personified devil. Our thoughts and experiences create this creature only exists in the mind. Our desires and wants creates this full-featured ego that keeps our lower selves reaching the divine intellect. Love and a perfect understanding we will have with one another. I welcome you, my brother, my sister, my lover, to become one, to help me become one, before reality tears me from duality and back into ether's imagination. You see? I'm the ghost of lives past. Generations have descended to gain these experiences, and I pray the human situation is critical, mind analytical, won't let me forget the fall of angels and demons into the third dimensional world. Is this planet yours? May I hide amongst the lost souls? Hide out for a bit, drink some liquor, smoke some weed, and step outside for a cigarette? Yeah, sure, man. Here's a social security card, you may live. Reincarnated a kid to live and give back to the society, and I'm locked in borders. I smolder, but through the ashes comes a horde of abstract thought. Who is not a ghost of spirit, but just is. An enlightened individual. Equality minus the elitist political goal, the cynical flow, the pain and woes, and shamanistic pagan rituals. We will resurrect the Messiah in all of us. It's time to trust our brothers and sisters. Unity of mind, consciousness, awareness on the rise. The yin-yang intertwined, masculine, feminine lovers intertwined. Spit words from the chakra points in my spine. Relentless but still fine. Inner peace upside the pace of my corrupted mind. Chemtrails, aspartame, fluoride, kept my awareness fried. Getting drunk and high, but the constant question of why am I really here? But now I know it's to help humanity steer into the right direction. For every single one of you, I feel affection. We're in the same situation. So erase the awkward moments, trying to walk around and get that bonus. Remember, the Arcturians will be one of the group of interdimensional beings in the near future through mass landings will help us souls really breathe. So raise your frequency if this is what you want to see. And don't try to break free from the shackles of captivity that we formed in our own mentality, because you and I, we are and we've always been free. Thank you so much, everybody. One last thing I want to share here, actually. It's going to take 10 seconds. If you guys are interested in any of my presentations, I have them on YouTube and on our website. I have one on a 4-hour presentation on galactic origins. And then I have one on creation stories of ancient civilizations, the Mayan one, and then also a few presentations on sound healing. And I have some other small videos as well. But if you want to check out some more of my content, especially this one, because this is in alignment for, this talk today, Galactic Origins, Dimensions, and Black Holes is a 4-hour YouTube video on my YouTube channel. You can check it out. So thank you, everybody.
Thanks so much, Neil. That was awesome. Super appreciated. I can't believe this is my first time hearing about Ascension to a Portal, like hardcore. So I'm stoked to check it out. Thank you so much. We have lots to talk about. We have lots in common too. I'm a spoken word artist as well. So looking forward to connecting soon. Yes.
Yeah.
You're like an OG in all of this too. You're studying this stuff back in like 2001. So awesome. Thank you so much for holding down the frequency for so long.
Thank you. I appreciate it. And reach out to me if you do spoken word. Let's connect.
Yeah, would love to. Love to. All right, take care, brother.
Okay, take care.
Yeah, let's do. Oh, Andrew is okay. I'm really looking forward to seeing what Andrew is presenting, because he's a wealth of knowledge. Andrew is he's a blue avian starseed who is a dimensional breathwork facilitator, spiritual mentor, plant medicine guide, nutritionalist, and overall impactful soul on Earth. Andrew is a wealth of knowledge when it comes to healing modalities, spiritual teachings, and the human mind, and our current earthly affairs scientifically, spiritually, and metaphysically. He offers online group dimensional breathwork sessions, private online pranayama sessions, workshops, retreats, and hands-on person dimensional breathwork sessions for individuals, couples, and groups. Andrew's here right now. Welcome, Andrew. Take it away.
Andrew. So happy to be here with everyone. Awesome shirt. Yes. I got this in one of the many places. I got this in India, actually. So it was one of the last things I bought right before I got back on a plane, back before 3 days before all this started. So hello, everyone. My name is Andrew Genovese. Happy to be here and being a part of the StarSeed Conference. I mean, wow, what a time to be alive. Are there any words? I mean, truly. I just dropped into doing some breath work this morning, and I just had just waves of emotions just flowing through me. Hard to put into words, but tears came into my eyes of feeling just compassion and empathy for so many people going through such fear and chaos and people's illusions crumbling. And then also the deep knowing of where we're headed and the consciousness, the benevolence that awaits us in this lifetime it's truly like nothing you can even fathom. So quite literally, all of you here on this planet that are witnessing this in the physical, you are a part of what will be the greatest story that's ever been told on this planet. Truly. And we're only on chapter 1. we're only just getting started. We're like just making a small little dent, a small little scoop in the soil, if you will. So this is just the beginning, and just so many years of transformation and up-leveling, unlearning, growth, expansion, connection, just so many different things. So, right, when we get to come together all energetically, even though we're not together in the physical, we get to come together energetically. We're just sending just codes through this earth and just continuing to purge out this darkness. So today, beautiful souls, we're going to go in a lot of different, we're going to go into the dark. We're going to go into the light. You know, I just invite you to be conscious of your breath throughout this. Allow yourself to feel into any triggers when we do go into some dark areas. And, you know, of course, at the end, I'm going to end super light because all of this is divine and we're supposed to be here. And, you know, we're so to speak at the peak of the roller coaster right now. And we're click, 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 click. We're just 2-3 clicks from the top of reaching onto this peak of the energy. So it's just an extraordinary time to be alive. So right now, as we have this conversation, straight into it, right now as we have this conversation, planet Earth, the rotation of planet Earth is slowing down. So as planet Earth's rotation is slowing down, Earth's heartbeat, if you will, or Earth's basal resonancy, the frequency of Earth literally is increasing on a galactic esoteric scale. So what does that mean for us? That means the plants, the animals, all sentient beings, the insects, the mycelial network, and us must match that frequency, that vibration that Earth is moving to. So what does that mean? We have to become more conscious. We have to elevate. As all of us know who are on this, we could not continue down the destructive path that we were on. And I do guarantee you, if we continued down this destructive path that we were on, there would not be a single human left on this planet in 50 years' time. There just wouldn't. So now we have to heal. We have to unlearn, relearn. When we have to remember who we are on the deepest levels, and that's far, far, far beyond this physical body. Because the truth is, we aren't this body. We are the soul. And when some people will say things like, you know, my soul wants this, or my soul's craving that. And so, you know, sometimes I like to correct people I work with and say that might imply that you are separate from your soul, because we aren't. We are the soul. You don't have a soul. You are a soul. And we are deeply feeling into this knowing more and more as we just scratch the surface of this remembrance of who we are on the cosmic level. So now humanity, we get to create and recreate what sovereignty looks like, what this new earth looks like. And so we get to combine and put all of our heads together and restructure every single system that we once thought to be true. Every single system. Because the truth is that, you know, darkness and the cabal, they infiltrated every realm of life to keep us from realizing how powerful we are. And that true divinity, that power is coming into our awareness. We're starting to get flickers of it right now. I know when I sit in breath work and when I facilitate breath workshops here in Southern California and San Diego and Los Angeles, I'm starting to not only feel into this power that's being unlocked within me, but seeing it with activating within other people. And it's extraordinary, and it's supernatural, it's magical, it's mystical, it's all the things. So yeah, it's it's so amazing just to bear witness, because right now we can go forward and try to, which is still in the now, because everything's in the now. We can go forward and try to just imagine what this is going to feel like, what this is going to look like, but we truly can't imagine. We truly can't. It's so unbelievable and so supernatural. So all right now, you know, we know that the ancient civilizations, you know, the Egyptians, the Tibetans, the Mayans, the Incas, the Hopi elders, all these civilizations talked about this time thousands and thousands of years ago, where we were going to be going through this dramatic shift of consciousness, where we would be coming into this new way of being, this new way of living, and this new way of existing. And that time is now. It's happening right now as we have this conversation. And it was depicted in all the hieroglyphs and the scripts and the ancient texts. They all knew that this time was going to be coming. And, you know, how did they know that? Well, of course, they were so deeply connected to Mother Gaia, and they were so deeply connected to, you know, their ancestors, and receiving messages from their guides, having their bare feet on the ground. You know, there was no freeway systems or corporations or cars, planes, trains, GMO foods. You know, they were just a direct vessel to source consciousness and receiving this information. And as well as having all the information and all the knowledge by looking at the stars. And the stars told them, the astrology told them that we are going to be coming into this time. And, you know, I don't think they knew it was going to look exactly like this. I don't think they knew what was going to manifest in the physical realms, but they knew that somewhere around this time, right now, we are going to be just shifting so dramatically. And right now, we are, it's so fascinating to be in a physical body, right? Because we're all having to navigate literally. When I was in India, starting in December 2019, January, February, and March, and I flew back to California mid-March, days before the lockdown, and I was with my guru in India, in the mountains of Tamil Nadu in South India, and that's where I was led by Source. I didn't just wind up there by coincidence. It was a stream of events that led me to Guruji. Come to find out that I had been a yogi in a past life with him, and I had a very, very deep soul connection to Guruji's mother, Dr. Amla, who was one of India's first female doctors and one of India's first female researchers. Also one of the most galactic angelic beings possibly on this planet. She is so, so, so powerful. At 100 years old, are you ready for this? At 100 years old, her hair started turning black again 2 years ago. And she looked at me and she said, Andrew, my hair started turning black, and that's how I know I'm going to make the shift. And I was just like, what? Like, so many crazy things are happening on an energetic level that we can't maybe understand right now with the consciousness that we have available to us, but things are happening within us, and these activations are happening. And I believe that we're going to be, as our body crystallizes and as these codes and these activations come, we are literally going to be superhuman. And I think Dr. Amla, she knows that we are going to be in contact with, as we move forward, the galactics are going to continue to work through the starseeds, especially the 144,000 that are here to play a large role in the survival of this planet and the survival of humanity. And so the superpowers that are going to be unlocked within us are going to be like nothing we can even fathom. And we're literally going to be able to heal waters, heal oceans, heal the forest just with the touch of our hand. This is the kind of stuff that's going to be coming to the forefront as we move forward. So it's pretty unbelievable, pretty supernatural. And so touching on to what I was talking about with the ancient civilizations, they knew that this planet is cyclical, and this universe is cyclical, which means that everything is always changing. We're always going through change. If you built a house in the forest right now, in 10,000 years, it's not going to be there, because the soil is always moving. The rivers are moving. The streams are shifting. Everything is always changing and shifting. So right now on Earth, we are completing tons of different cycles. All these cycles are happening simultaneously. So that's why we're just seeing this giant shift of energy, and literally witnessing, as Dr. Amla said, when you get back to California, you're going to be living in two Earths that are happening at the same time. So we are witnessing, literally, you could be in a store buying some food, buying some fresh fruits, and you could literally just feel the energy that you're on, just such a different frequency. And that the frequencies, as soon as you say two words, the frequencies are just totally missing each other. And you can feel it in someone, right? And the look in their eyes, by if someone is seeing through the illusions of fear, or if they're rising above it and seeing why this is all happening. So it's such a, it's such an interesting and also strange, bizarre, incredible thing to navigate, and challenging, really. It's really up to us as these starseeds to really be a leading example of love, and not lash out on someone, for example, when someone's living in this state of disillusion and fear. And on the deepest levels, right, this soul chose to be there. So we have to just bring it back in with the breath. Okay, this person is lashing out on me. I know that that's just where they're at, and it's okay. And it's totally okay. So it's such an interesting thing to navigate, and something that all of us are having to navigate with work, with our family members, with our coworkers. I fully believe that, and we're going to move into the vaccine in a moment, and its role and why it's here. But with the vaccine being here, there's a lot of people who are in maybe still their corporate jobs who haven't fully stepped into their alignment. And that's okay. If that's where you're at, that's okay. But a lot of work are forcing their employees to take this vaccine. So what is that? That is the universe guiding you in a higher path, in another direction. So when that happens, it's nothing happening to you. Trust me, it's happening for you. You are being guided to trust, to surrender, and to let go of this old paradigm and this old energy. And now Source is going to work through you to guide you to the next bigger thing for your soul expansion vibration. So the cabal came with this vaccine with dark intentions to enslave humanity. And, this thing is gnarly. It's got a really heavy, dark energy. I've worked with, I'm, you know, being deep in the healing community. I have quite a few star sisters that are, you know, healers, quantum hypnosis, psychics, that have said that they've worked with people who have the vaccine in their body and the energy is just so heavy. It's one of the darkest, heaviest energies that they've ever felt. It really is. It is next level. But if we're going to talk about why it's here, we have to understand that the virus and the vaccine is supposed to be here. It is acting as a catalyst to shift us into this new way of being. It's for you. And one thing that's really interesting is that the book of Revelation literally talked about the lions and the sheep. And now I don't like to call people, I don't like to use that word because, right, you don't get through to people by, for example, shaming them or calling them whatever, idiots or sheep. It doesn't work. It has to be done through love. But I just found it so interesting that the book of Revelation talked about the lions and the sheep, you know, people who literally would lead and do their own critical thinking, their own logic, and people who would just blindly follow. And what does it come down to, right? It comes down to these people praying that something outside of themselves is going to save them. And the truth is, nothing outside of you is going to save you. Only your divine connection to source. That is what will save you, your connection to source. As I said, raise your frequency, become more love, become more love, become more love. That's everything right now. So the vaccine was brought here by the cabal. It's supposed to be here. It's all divine. It manifested via source to move us into this golden age. And right now we are still living in giant polarity where we are moving into the fifth dimension. We are moving into 5D. We are anchoring into 5D every day more and more. And we are leaving this old way of being. We are leaving this old matrix 3D consciousness. And so what does that mean for us, right? We're purging out this old matrix consciousness out of our body, and it's happening fast. You know, just as all of us come together, we are receiving light codes. We are receiving DNA activations as we get together and just be open to new information and have all these hearts together energetically with our full presence and our love. And it's amazing, you know, just by gathering, not even energetically and physically, obviously, is always the most powerful, because when the frequency of our hearts is all together, so powerful, especially when we're all doing healing together and doing things like meditation and breath work and yoga with intention of healing the earth. There's nothing more powerful than that. So on a cosmic level, the cabal, right? The cabals, see, many of the cabal are reptilians, and they are draconian reptilians. So these star seeds, these reptilians, they know that we are moving into the golden age. They know that we are ascending. So the window is narrowing. The window is narrowing between if people want to choose love or if they want to choose fear. It's just that simple. Do you want to choose love and unity consciousness or fear? That's what people are being, that's what souls are being left with. What do you want to choose, love or fear? And there's a very small window for people to be able to awaken and start to unlearn, question every single belief they've ever known. And the truth is, beautiful souls, is that we're not our beliefs. We're not. Our beliefs are interchangeable, and we can change our beliefs at any time. We're not our beliefs, we're the soul. And we continue to move into this body to grow, love, learn, expand, and all those things. And those are some of the knowings, those are some of the awarenesses that stream into us as we become more conscious and as we elevate on this beautiful journey. So beautiful souls, I can't say this for sure, but this is just what I've been feeling. I'm feeling deeply that moving into 2022 is going to be humanity's dark night of the soul, if you will. This is where we're really going to be seeing the vaccine really taking its toll, and we're going to see hundreds of millions of souls leaving their physical body. And when I was in India, Dr. Amla told me this. She said, Andrew, when we are fully embodied in the golden age, the population is going to be somewhere between 15 and 30%. And money will have little to no relevance. Money will have little to no relevance because that is the consciousness that we will be vibrating at in 40 years' time. Money or some form of exchange will be here, but we are going to be we are literally going to be little beams of light that the money won't even really matter. It might be here in some form. I don't know what that looks like, but it won't matter. And the population will be far smaller. So once again, it's all divine. And we have to go through this large purge of old consciousness. Everything that is of this old earth must leave this planet so we can embody this new era, this golden age, this age of Aquarius. So, and beautiful souls, who knows, that timeline that I just mentioned of us moving into humanity's dark night of the soul, coming into this winter, timelines could change. That's just what I've been feeling, and I'm just sharing it with you. I know a lot of healers who I'm friends with have been sharing that November is going to be a big month. Maybe, we'll see. But, I just trust that it's all divine. So that's a lot, right? Like we're going to be experiencing so much on the physical and an energetic level. So how can we move through this? How can we move through this energy gracefully? What if I told you that the most powerful tool that you possess is something that you have and always had in every now moment, and that is your breath. When we breathe consciously and when we deep breathe, when we do breath work, we are breathing in this infinite intelligence of the universe. We are triggering remembrance. We are activating our DNA. We are breathing in the same breath that the ascended masters were breathing in thousands and thousands of years ago. On a physical level, we're activating our autonomic nervous system, our central nervous system, our endocrine system. We're getting all the cells are vibrating, communicating, and healing us on a mental, emotional, physical, and spiritual level. And guys, we are moving up in frequency so fast. It is going to be a journey. There's going to be days where we're going to wake up and we're going to feel anxious. We're going to feel, angry. We're going to feel all different types of sadness, of grief. So tuning into the breath is how we can move into this new era as we complete all these cycles on Earth and move into this beautiful new era. And everything here is divine, and it's supposed to be here. We're supposed to be here. So tuning into our breath and moving into just presence within ourselves, moving into just love within ourselves, and just letting go of all the old paradigms, letting go of all the old stories, letting go of everything that we once thought to be true. This is what we're going to be going through. And so the breath has such a powerful, powerful, powerful way of bringing these emotions to the surface, because we're so out of the body. We're so out of the body and so disconnected that the breath just brings us back into the body and allows us to feel, because we can't think our way out of anger. We can't think our way out of out of old emotions, out of an old time where we were in this depressed state. We can't think our way out of these old emotions. We have to feel them in the body. So the breath allows us to get quiet, get into the body, feel into the body, breathe into the body, ignite all these ancient wisdoms and this remembrance that we're remembering. And I may be biased as a breathwork facilitator, but I truly believe that the breath is one of the most, I believe it's one of the most powerful tools that you possess. And I also believe that it's one of the biggest reasons why consciousness is where it is right now. Because it's something, as I said before, it's something that we've always had. And it's something that we can always tap into no matter where we are. Even if we just stop and take only 3 conscious breaths, we slowly, just with 10 breaths alone, we're moving from the sympathetic to the parasympathetic, to that relax, that rest state, and triggering healing. So tapping into our central nervous system is such a powerful tool to always, to always be igniting the depths of our human physiology and how we're wired to heal. And the truth is that we're not powerless. We don't need something. We don't need a doctor. We don't need a vaccine. We don't need something outside of ourselves to heal us, because the body is an incredible healer on its own. And if you have a deep connection to source and to spirit, you would never put this in your body. You just wouldn't, because you're giving your power away to something outside of yourself. And that's the truth. That's the truth. So, beautiful souls, I'm going to be closing with this. The years ahead are going to be the most challenging years that we've faced throughout this last 17 months. But it'll also be the most connected. It'll also be the most connected we've ever felt to each other. As this old earth starts to split off, that is when we are going to be coming together and putting our heads together more than you could ever even imagine in this now moment. How much we're going to be coming together and helping each other, creating conscious communities, creating sustainable farming, growing our own food, sharing solutions, putting our heads together to create this new golden age and what it looks like. Because the truth is, not one person can do it alone. Of course, there are people who have signed really big soul contracts to act as beacons of light and leaders, but you need to be your own leader during this time. Stand in your light, stand in your sovereignty, stand up for your families, use your voice, anchor into your divine masculine and your divine feminine, channel the warrior, because the time is now. And right now, we are entering the cocoon. We are entering this time of uncertainty where we don't know what lies ahead of us. We don't know. But I can tell you that the butterfly that awaits us when we exit this cocoon is the most supernatural, extraordinary butterfly that you've ever seen in your lifetime. And that the benevolence that awaits us in this lifetime is like nothing you could even fathom in this now moment. Nothing. So, beautiful, beautiful souls, I so thank you for being here with me, being here at the StarSeed Conference. I'm so grateful to give my energy and my knowledge and wisdom of what's happening on the physical and esoteric levels with so many different things. And just thank you. Thank you, thank you, thank you, thank you. My handle on Instagram is Breathe, Heal, Evolve. So make sure you stay up with my work. I don't know what's going to happen with the Twitters, the Facebooks, the Instagram. So make sure you subscribe to www.andrewgenevesehealing.com. www.andrewgenevesehealing.com. I'm going to just type it below. And also subscribe to my Telegram, which is Andrew Genovese Healing. And I post a lot of information about a lot of stuff, a lot of corruption, a lot of light, a lot of love, everything on Telegram, because there's a lot of stuff that I can't post about on Instagram, obviously, because of censorship. So yeah, that's it. Thank you so much for being here. Flo,
Thank you, brother.
What's up, brother?
Appreciate your energy and service and sharing your truth. You know, it definitely created a dialogue on the comments. So really appreciate you sharing your truth, your wisdom, and your soul experience. And
yeah,
it's honoring you and honoring everyone, you know, for their path. And this is what we're here. We're here to grow and learn together. So thank you, my Lyran brother. I mean, you just look like a Lyran when I.
Yeah, I would imagine I've definitely had lifetimes in Lyra. So far, what's came through just through different star being friends of mine who've done readings with me is definitely spent time in the Pleiades. I definitely was in Lemuria. Definitely been in the blue avian body. Definitely been an Arcturian. And I know I've been here for a really, really long time. So probably many other star systems as well.
I could relate. It's you know, the immensity of the soul journey, right?
Yeah, that's it. So
deep
beautiful.
and light.
I just want to say one more thing, Flo, to everyone on here. You know, I'm sure 98% of the people resonated with what I said deeply, but if you didn't, ask yourself why. Like, feel into those triggers of why it maybe didn't resonate with you. Because maybe there's something deeper there for you to uncover. Because when we're triggered, right, when we feel resistance, there's something there deeper for us to look at.
Thank you for that, brother. And yeah, and connect with this brother. What's your website again?
AndrewGeneveseHealing.com.
AndrewGeneveseHealing.com. And he is on Instagram, Breath, Heal, Evolve.
Yeah, Breathe, Heal, Evolve on Instagram. And I have a Telegram, and you just type in Andrew Genovese Healing. I will go on and post my Telegram on Instagram so you can all link up with that too. Because I don't know what's going to happen with these platforms in the coming years. Hopefully they stay. If Source deems it that they're meant to go, then so be it. But
beautiful, brother. Well, big hugs, man, and hopefully I see you soon.
Love you, brother. Looking forward to being together in the physical one day. And so much love to everyone out there. Namaste.
So honoring all of you for speaking your truth. And I'm excited for the next guest. Oh my God, I am so excited. Let me just pull it out. Normally, I don't read the bios, but you've seen her so far. She's been the host of the StarSeed Conference, one of my dearest friends, somebody I honor dearly. So Rajie will be our next guest. And here's a little about her. Rajie is the co-founder and CEO of Wholehearted Media, a New Earth news media platform that recognizes intuitive awareness is equal to and symbiotic with evolving intellectual knowledge. Rajie believes that there is an essential meeting point between resonant media, spiritual evolution, and healing. Wholehearted Media draws from her experience as a 15-year meditator, a yoga instructor, and certified heart math and accelerated evolution coach. Rajie's mission is to awaken humanity to new levels of awareness through the power of the heart. And she's also the creator of House of Rajie, which empowers community to step into their innate divinity. Ladies and gentlemen, let's give a hand for Rajie.
Can we just like play an applause track? I was wanting to do that for every guest.
Yeah, I wish we could have like the audience like sounds and yeah.
I know, right? Cheering, yay! Oh my God, thank you so much, Flo. Wow, what an amazing day it's been already, everyone. Thank you to everyone that shared and graced our online stage. So, whew, nervous and excited. We're going to have some fun today. We're going to do some practice and some teaching. So today I will be talking about how connecting and relying on the heart's intelligence can help introduce the power needed to fully claim yourself through recognizing divine rights and step into the holy human being that you are. You ready? Let's begin. So, you are a battery. And what happens to batteries? They get drained and they can get recharged. The amount of stress that occurs in our daily life is directly connected to our energy levels. What's draining you of your energy right now? For me, working in news media, what I see is that the high level of pressure, coercion, force, and guilt that many of us are experiencing right now to put something into our body that we don't necessarily agree with or want or need, all so we can get our freedom back. And by the way, remember, it goes both ways. The pressure, the force, the coercion, it's not only just to, it's also to not get it as well, right? Regardless of how the pressure and force and coercion is happening, it's causing so much stress and suffering and pain in people, which is leading to feelings of despair, hopelessness, disgust, anger, loneliness, depression, resentment, guilt, shame, and other low density energy frequencies. Now, many of us on the healing journey and path know that this is the perfect place, right? To go in and heal and see what's up. Now, however, there's a consequences, right? The consequences of these feelings could look like in your life lethargy, withdrawing from social activities, feeling stuckness in life, confusion, contractions in relationships, weight gain, weight loss, or physical sickness. So, if there are things that happen in life that drain us, then there must be things that renew us as well, that give us more life and energy. What are those things for you? Sometimes it's good to make a little bit of a list. I mean, I had to the last few months because it's been challenging, right? So thank goodness, though, we can access infinite divine power and intelligence through our heart to give us the strength, courage, faith, and resilience we need to get through these tough times. And there is light at the end of the tunnel for sure, guys. And we will get through this. As many of you here listening right now know that each of us is here for this specific time for a very specific reason, right? And so the great news is that the heart has the plan, and each and every one of our hearts is connected to the infinite soul. And if we learn to listen and practice acting from that place, whoa, what a world we could have, and pretty quickly, I think. Now, I'm a living, breathing example and proof that following your heart, no matter what, no matter what, can lead you to the life you've always dreamed of. We have the power to shift our energy in one moment if you want to, and recognize when we are being drained and stop it. Plug that leak and take care of yourself. Take responsibility for your energy, not no one else's, just yours. Now, some heart qualities that are regenerative and renewing are care, compassion, love, gratitude, harmony, acceptance, peace, joy, confidence, empowered, and my personal favorite, free. Now, before I lead us through a really simple exercise and tool that I literally use every day and could help switch your energy in like one moment, I want to tell you that using your breath is the number one thing, in my opinion, that you can use to help regulate your emotions and shift from stress to more calm and ease. And it's free. So that's great. We all have something really, sorry, we all are having really challenging conversations and interactions with family members, friends, and authority figures right now. So this could help you deal and cope with all of that. And remain in your power, because it's so easy to be swayed and get off of it right now. So, okay. Now, we're going to do something called heart-focused breathing. We've kind of been doing it throughout the whole day. We're just going to do it a little bit more focused now. It basically combines bringing focus to the chest area with a deeper level of breathing. And we're going to do this for just 2 minutes, okay? I'm going to put on my timer. I'm going to literally put on my timer right now because I want to be honest and true to my words. So I'm going to invite you now to sit in a comfortable way, and you can close down your eyes. All you got to do is listen to my voice or leave them open. It's a great practice to leave them open. I'm going to start my timer here. Take an inhale through the nose and exhale through the mouth. One more like that. Good. Now, bring all your attention and awareness to the center of your chest, to your heart space. Imagine your breath is flowing in and out of your heart. Breathing a little bit slower, a little bit more deep. If thoughts come up, it's okay. Just bring your attention and awareness back to your chest. Breathing through your heart. Now call up a regenerative emotion. Maybe you remember hugging your pets or kids, grandparent, smelling a flower. Bring up that regenerative emotion. And now radiate it out. Great. And when you're ready, open your eyes. Close them. Just kidding. How did that feel? I really, really, really want to know. Can you want to pop some words in the chat? I'm super curious. So that little practice done daily, once, twice, multiple times during the day will do wonders. I promise, guys. Literally, you can change your baseline. You know, when something happens and you react like that and you're like, oh, why did I get so angry? I wish I never said that. Well, practicing heart-focused breathing can change that. You can be more responsive rather than reactive. For me, like it, oh, look at these super, oh, wow. So you guys all felt it? I'm so excited. For me, it grounds me. It reminds me everything is all right. And after, doing daily practice over many months and years, I've learned to listen to my heart, listen. And I see that like after learning to listen, it's so amazing. And I really want to know about how you guys listen to your heart, because I noticed that the heart never, it doesn't yell or shout or scream like the mind does. The mind goes like crazy sometimes and it just like spins out. The heart really doesn't do that. Instead, it whispers. And oftentimes, at least my heart does, it's so direct. It's so direct and it's clear and it's super concise. It's like, and it's like statements. It's like, go there, stop talking, ask this question. And it's always in this like calm, loving, kind tone, but it's like really short, concise statements. Yeah, I really like that. So now, how does this connect to claiming yourself? Well, connecting with your heart power, then doing like a declaration or saying an affirmation, speaking truth, or straight up, claiming with your voice, your bodily intention, or written word, it amplifies. And it's it's like the carrier wave to making it so, right? So this is all part of the co-creation that we've been talking about all day. So this is the power that is going to help with the co-creation part. Now, remember, the divine already knows very intimately what you want. So it's up to you to claim it for yourself, make it real and alive, and feel it to be true. Because guess what? If you don't, you better believe someone or something else will claim it for you. So make sure you're claiming it. And just like we have our uh legal rights, we also have what I like to call divine rights. And we have to know and claim our rights in this physical 3D plane, as many of them are being infringed upon a lot these days. And, as important it is to know those legal rights in this 3D plane, it's also really important we know our rights in the more etheric realms as well. And so each one of the rights that I'm about to say is connected with the 7 chakras. Okay. I'm going to quickly run through them right now. So, number 1, you have the right to have chakra 1, your root. You have the right to be here. You're born on this earth and have the inherent gold inside of you. And this manifests in the right to have what we need to survive. Number 2, the right to feel. You have the right to feel. Chakra 2, sacral. So much of our culture suppresses emotional expression. Sometimes we hear like, stop crying or don't be angry. And it's also seen as a weakness. But having our right to feel also helps us determine what we want. Number 3, you have the right to act. Chakra 3, solar plexus. You have the right to act in accordance with your survival. Look at where there are patterns of abusive authority in society and even in parental roles. 4, the right to love and be loved. You have the right to love and be loved. Heart. When we get hurt or rejected, we often question or contract our right to love and just completely shut down our heart. Now, 5, we have the right to speak and hear truth. We have the right to hear and speak truth. Throat. Look at where your expression has been denied or where your trust was violated when false truths were told. 6, the right to see. We have the right to see. Third eye. When things are deliberately hidden from us or denied, we can't fully get the big picture. And often this is connected to our inner vision and third eye. And the last one is the right to know. You have the right to know. Chakra 7, crown. This also includes the right to information, the right to truth, and the right to education and knowledge. It also refers to spiritual rights connected to the divine. So I just went through those a bit quickly, and there's a lot more to unpack, but we have to save that for another time. That's pretty much it for me right now. I want to thank you a lot for staying with me the whole time, if you have. This literally was a dream fulfilled today, so I feel really grateful. And if you want to know more or sign up for my upcoming web series where we dive deep into claiming rights and spiritual law, please check out houseofraji.com, or actually the link in the bio is probably the best one. So anyway, I just wanted to thank you so much for your attention, and thank you, Flo, for having me. And back to you.
Oh, thank you, Rajie. It's always so nice to. I really felt that in the heart space, that exercise. How long have you been practicing that?
Heart focus. Oh man, my heart journey started about 5. I mean, I've been following my heart since I was like 20, but I didn't know it in a way. But I consciously, since I was 30, so about 6 years ago now, it's everything. It's how I'm here. It's why how I got to be talking to you. How Wholehearted Media became like I would not be here if I didn't go on that path of like committing to following my heart and listening again, no matter what. No matter what. Everyone's like, yeah, I'm going to listen to my heart. I'm going to follow my heart. Yeah, but I'm not going to do this thing. I don't want to do that.
Yep.
Can't.
It's always
It's
a
bad.
challenging part, eh? actually
Absolutely.
following through on because we all get guidance, but following through on the guidance can be challenging.
Exactly. Exactly. So thank you.
You're welcome.
Who's up next?
Well, we have someone special to me, but I promised a mini sound journey. So we're gonna just do a little meditative, peaceful break. So, and just inviting you all to get cozy. And it's kind of fitting because our next speaker is a creator of musical instruments. And I will introduce him later. But in the meantime, let's just take a little break. Maybe we should stand up, shake a little. Let's just get a little energy out of our system. You could stand, you could start shaking your legs, start shaking your hands, do some neck turns. Just get our body back into an integral state. Just continue and then switch to opposite side. Just inviting you to lift up your shoulders, tense them, tense your shoulders, hold, and let it out with a sigh. Let's just do one more. I'm just inviting you to relax. As I play the crystal bowls, I don't know how sometimes the sound quality is not the best on Zoom for them, but let's give it a try. And as we come to this intermission at StarSeed Conference, I want you to come back to your sacred essence. Finding you to come back to your sacred self, where you are the master of your reality. And inviting you to take a deep inhale, filling up your belly. Just let out a gentle exhale. Just begin to give ourselves permission to relax. Give ourselves permission to let go. And allow ourselves and our mind and body and spirit to open. We allow our hearts to open. We allow it to open and forgive. Forgive ourselves. Forgive others that may have affected us. To reclaim our sacred divinity. Calling upon your higher selves just to anchor you back into why you came today. What called you here? For that sacred intention to reverberate in your divine self. I'm just going to let us the light language once again. Calling all your guides to be present. Calling for all our hearts now to connect as one star tribe. And as our energies begin to unify, understanding that we are working together. We have one collective mission. peace to this earth. To bring peace to all the future generations. To know that Mother Earth is carrying us all and blessing us all on our life mission. So we may receive all the abundance and tools and resources to empower our star mission. To know in this divine moment, you do not need anything, for you are it. You are this essence of stardust. You are the essence of source creation. And it's all here now. Thank you, family. And when you're ready, you could begin to wiggle your toes, and maybe you wiggle your hands, and it's coming back to the sacred moment. And yes, so we have a very special guest coming up. It's actually a pre-recorded talk because he couldn't make it, but I'll let Rajie introduce them, but I will just share a little about my experience with this being. So we speak about teachers and masters, and this gentleman is the real deal. As I spoke earlier in my talk, I traveled the world, and I was blessed to meet Dharmapa Rinpoche. He's a Mexican teacher from Mexico, originally from Venezuela, and just an overall creative being, just doing some magic work. And this guy is a magician. I will say I've seen some stuff that defies logic, spending time with him and his property in Mexico. And he's kind of a guy on the down low, but we're very blessed to have him today, and I'll let Rajie introduce him.
Thanks so much, Flo. All right. Dharmapa is an esteemed author of the many best-selling books in Mexico and Latin America, and is a celebrated music composer with over 8 albums. He is the creator and inventor of the world-renowned therapeutic musical instruments, the jickery drum, the mandalaphone, binaural pulsar, Shakti drum, Atlantean singing bowls, and many others. He's also the founder of the Yellow Dragon Lamestry in Guanajuato, Mexico. Welcome, Dharmapa.
Hello, sisters and brothers. This is Dharmapa. First of all, I want to thanks to our brother NF Nature Flow. Thanks Nature Flow for this extraordinary experience, this extraordinary opportunity to share with all your community. I'm from Mexico, currently living here in Nepal, Kathmandu, and I want to share with you many things about sound healing in this dharmic event. I appreciate a lot for your attention, for your invitation, brother Nature Flow Karuna. May the universe bless you for this important input. Okay, let's start. I'm a sound healing researcher and an instrument creator of spiritual frequency instruments with more than 10 years of experience working in these beautiful toys, making musical and therapeutic instruments such as drums, harps, hand pans, tongue drums, shamanic percussions, singing bowls, etc. If you want to know, if you want to read more about my instruments, please visit my Instagram account that is at Jikory Drum. There you will see my crazy inventions at work with sound used in a spiritual and therapeutic manner. Share with you in this special space of spirituality, something that is very amazing. Working with vibration is very interesting, beautiful, and creative. In my point of view, of course, sound is a spiritual medicine that can help us all in a multiple areas such as physical and psychological. Sound, vibration, harmony. Sounds great. I conceive the body as a particular musical instrument and the mind as the universal musician. Look at that. Our body is a musical instrument, our mind is a universal musician. With this metaphor, we can understand how important it is to tune our body in order to manifest the cosmic presence of the divine within us. This divinity within us is our superior being, our cosmic musician, the cosmic Mozart that we have within. Just think about it. The cosmic Mozart inside of our heart, our mind. When your body is out of tune, it is very difficult and complicated to understand your karmas, brother, sister, the deep cause of your intimate sufferings. When the body is out of tune, all the biological systems work wrong. Therefore, the body is energetically more open to receive illness, pathological agents, a lot of damages, etc. It's clear. But when our body is very well tuned, we understand our own human process in a more natural way and have more lucidity, sensibility, and it is more easy to go with the flow. Sounds very nice, very cool. To be in our calm state of love and peace. That's amazing. Sound therapy is great. Lao Tzu, the great master, said, music in the soul can be heard by the universe. That's amazing, but for that reason, we have to be very harmonized. For our body to be in tune, it is necessary to harmonize our nervous system and equalize our endocrine system. And how can we achieve this with sound? That's the very nice question here now. As a practitioner and researcher of sound healing, I have developed my own harmonizing system, which is based on 3 principles: synchronization, resonance, and euphony. Let's see every principle. Synchronization is the coordination of events to operate a system in unison. the operation or activity of two or more things at the same time or rate. So, in terms of sound healing, we are highly synchronizable. Just notice how naturally and quickly we can follow the rhythm of music when we listen to it. I know it will be easy for you to follow this rhythm, maybe. But notice how naturally we imitate the facial movements of others when they speak to us. And how easy is and fun as well it is to dance. Well, maybe not for everyone, I know, it is a matter of practice. But on average, all human beings enjoy this principle of synchronicity a lot, because it's very organic, very magical. Another way to work with this principle of synchronization is with binaural beats, especially since we can induce the brain to enter certain states of consciousness, activating the brain waves that we want. That's very special. The second principle is resonance or sympathetic resonance. It's a harmonic phenomenon wherein a formally passive string or vibratory body responds to external vibration to which it has a harmonic likeness. This means that each nerve plexus in our body has a respective frequency. If we apply the corresponding vibration in each area of the body based on the principle of sympathetic resonance, we can harmonize and heal multiple pathologies. That's very crazy, very effective. Finally, the third principle is euphony. It's defined as a pleasant or enjoyable sound. In sound healing, this term refers to knowing how to use and combine different sounds in a consonant way with full harmony. So, with synchronization, sympathetic resonance, and euphony, we can tune our body to open our mind to new levels of insights, intuitions, healings, and spiritual revelations. Sound therapy is a vibrational massage for our spirit, a very friendly way to tune our body so that our higher self, our inner master, manifests and guides us. That's very easy. There is no single way to tune ourselves. There are many spiritual techniques that can help us. It is only a matter of finding the one that is most pleasant and easy for you. If you want to start practicing sound healing, I recommend to use this kind of instruments tuning in 432 Hz. Shamanic drums, Himalayan singing bowls, crystal singing bowls, pulsars or tuning folks, Tibetan bells and cymbals, jickery drums, of course, why not? and harps. And the following therapeutic sounds: sea and nature sounds, white noise, birds sounds, isochronics, beats, solfeggio frequencies, classical music, binaural beats. I'm going to leave you here the link to a binaural beat that I have done in 432 hertz. This binaural beat is very useful to tune your brain and nervous system, helping you to develop joy and inner peace. That is very important. Buddha said, Lord Buddha here in Nepal said, life is like the harp string. If it is strong too tight, it won't play. If it is too loose, it hangs. The tension that produces the beautiful sound lies in the middle. Remember that, in the middle point. So try to find out your own middle point of tuning between relaxation and awareness, and let your cosmic being, your star seed, play the symphony of love and compassion through you. May all beings be happy. May all beings be free. May all beings be in peace. Namaste.
really well done, eh?
Yeah, I think there are a bunch of us were like dancing in our chairs because he's just amazing. I'm so impressed with him. Can you post his website
Yeah, I'll
to
do
the
that right now.
instruments? Yeah, because some peeps were
Website
wondering.
is chicorydrum.com.
I want one.
I'm gonna try to get. I have one right now. I've been kind of playing it.
Yeah.
See it.
Oh, look what I got. I busted out my gong.
Ooh.
You know, I often say like when I'm on Wholehearted Media, I'm like, we're living in a gong show anyway. And so many times I'm walking around my apartment, I'm just like, boom, boom, boom. It's good. Can I just do one right now?
Of course.
Okay, here we go. I'm gonna put it away from the microphone. I hope it picks up. Let's do this. You hear that? Is that okay?
I didn't hear it that much. Can you do it one more time?
That's okay. It's Zoom. We tried. Amazing. What are we on? I think we're on like our fifth hour going on here. This is amazing.
And we just got a question asked. Will there be an email sent with all the links to the speaker's social media and websites? Absolutely. Expect that either later today or sometime tomorrow. Just so you know, we're all kind of just doing this out of our hearts. So it's great to, share these links and support these beautiful beings who have, dedicated their time for nothing, just to be in service to humanity.
Yeah.
So really thankful. So we're just waiting on Jose Munoz. In the meanwhile,
StarSeed wanted multi-dimensional codes, liberation, open the Star Nation.
We on the run from the motherfucking cops. We on the run from the motherfucking government. We on the run. Nah, fuck that. We got the power of the sun. Blasting light, blasting vibration, blasting frequency into Star Nation. We turning dials on your radio station. Downloads encoded, enter in your cranium. Don't need uranium, it's time we shake it up a little. Open up the riddle, no longer the monkey in the middle. Played like a fiddle for centuries. They won't let us breed, now we hold StarSeed technology inside of me. Shape-shifting reality, dropping Babylonian towers. Come, take back your power. Take back your mana, fuck the news media drama. Root down and plug yourself into the mama. Earth healers and these kundalini drug dealers, shifting up terrain by alchemize your pain. Bring the rain, now fuck it, bring the thunder and let it pour until we immersed in this wonder. StarSeed wanted for crimes of liberating and unifying. Yo, we waking up the planet. Yo, we waking up the planet. Yeah, we waking up the planet.
We waking up,
Yeah, we waking up the planet.
waking up,
Yeah, we waking up the planet.
we waking up.
Yeah, we waking up the planet.
StarSeed wanted,
Human frequency is rising up.
rising up.
Old world order is dividing up. Divine feminine is leading up.
Lead the way.
Aggressive masculine is drying up. Fake leaders are being exposed. Love is replacing all the gold. Passion is replacing outdated work. Crystal children are being birthed. Food is turning into medicine. Healthy crops is how we win. Church foundation starting to crack. Politicians can't hold on to the mask. News media can no longer trick. Timelines opening like Morty and Rick. Healthy rivers are starting to flow. Organic seeds are starting to grow. Teachers are breaking curriculum. Galactic channels are delivering. Releasing off the caste system. Power, listen to divine wisdom. Healing connected to energy. World taking back their mastery. We spent all our lives pulling out the weed. No time for the living awake. StarSeed. StarSeed wanted for crimes of liberating and unifying. Yo, we waking up the planet. Yo, we waking up the planet. Yeah, 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 we waking up the planet.
StarSeed wanted. StarSeed wanted for crimes of unification, liberation, coming from the Star Nation, Galactic Federation. Yeah, we waking
these days, just talking with Rajie. Rajie's my friend. We bounce back with each other, and she's running Wholehearted Media, and I'm trying to start StarCodes and expand it. And following your passions, there could be a lot of fear. It could be scary to do a conference. It could be scary to come in the light and make an Instagram video or put yourself out there to the world. But I mean, it's kind of like it's such a rewarding feeling, and it's part of your mission to confront those fears and get out there regardless.
Really, I just want to tell everyone that you can initiate yourself. When you listen very close and deeply, you might be guided to do ceremony for yourself. It's sometimes it's not easy to go away to the forest or the jungle or the desert, for X amount of time, and find that, shaman or whatever. But you often, especially now, can be your own healer, guide, shaman, all the things. And if you are being asked to initiate yourself, you don't have to be afraid. Just follow the best that you can. Like, for example, one time Spirit told me to put oil here on my feet and on my palms. And I was like, what the heck is going on? But it was part of the process, and it was an initiating process. And I've done initiations for myself for like so many times, like over many years. And I've also sat in plant medicine ceremonies too with shamans and healers as well. So it's all there for us.
Yes, I think that's so powerful because we're out of the age of gurus and we're in the age of the guru within, and we all have our unique guidance, and we really have to follow it because
Yep.
that's how we water our soul tree.
Yeah, exactly. And we can do it in community. That's the best part, right?
Yeah.
We don't have to do it alone. I've been so isolated and alone in the beginning of my path for so long. And I thought I had to do it alone. I didn't know how to ask for help even. And I couldn't find a spiritual community. So, like 10 years later, it's like, okay, here we are building it for the awakened and the awakening souls right now too. So it's awesome. So when I used to do heart meditations, and there's a specific way meditation that you can do to actually get in your heart, especially if you live here a lot, like a lot of us do. Like I overthink the shit out of a lot of things. That's why like staying here is like feels so good. But I remember the first time that somebody led me through a heart meditation, man, I bawled. I cried and I cried, and I was like with 10 other people, and I opened my eyes. I'm like in tears. I'm looking around, I'm like, oh my God, did anyone else feel that? And no one else was like there with me. But the facilitator looked at me and he's like, he just had this look on his face like he knew. So what? I was like, what was that? And at that point, I'd been a meditator for like 10, 11 years. And I was like, what the hell have I been doing for the last 10 years? Like, oh my God. Like, okay, yes, I think I was like here, and like quieting the mind is absolutely imperative. Got to do that. But popping down into my heart, then going into the tiny space of the heart. There's a tiny something called the tiny space of the heart, and you can access it, and that's where the akashic records are, and this is all knowing, and you can go there and find out anything that you need to know. And so the first time that I was guided there, it was just amazing. Just it was home actually, and so that's where the crying came from, and extremely profound. And I wish I pray that we can all just pop into our hearts at any moment, anytime, and just move from there. Because you know what? When I start thinking about nature, like the infinite intelligence that's operating and running all of this, it's like, wow, sometimes, my puny mind can't even fathom it properly, like straight up, right? But now imagine if we all aligned with that intelligence, because it's giving everyone everything that they need. Maybe not everything that you want, but you're getting everything that you need. So if we just allow source spirit to do what it's going to do, um, you know, I don't know. How
That
much fun
touched
would
on
that be? Right? How much fun would that be?
it could be a fun journey.
Be a great time.
I know many of us have had challenging upbringings, and
Yes.
but the opportunity is always available to every day the sun rises, like you said, every day we're reborn, and every
Yep.
moment is fresh.
Yep. And stuff. And so I started doing light work, April, like conscious light work, when spirit would wake me up. And I bet you, okay, I'm gonna just say this because I bet you there's a lot of people that will relate. I've gotten woken up very like odd times, like maybe like 4:30, around usually around that time. When I get awoken in such a way, it's very gentle and natural too. But I notice now I'm getting better at it. So when it happens, I know like, okay, I have to either go into ceremony or it's time to do work. And so there's been times, especially last year, like April, May, and June, I would have to walk outside, okay, outside, go by the water, and so I'm standing there, and it's like okay, I can talk to you guys because you guys will understand. It's like I was a commander of some sort of some starship, and
Saying,
there was on the horizon. I live by Lake Ontario. On the horizon, I saw thousands of ships, light ships, but they couldn't come in unless they were invited in such a way or like or acknowledged.
yes.
So there I stood on the pier by myself, pitch black, in my jacket, and I'm like declaring. I say all humans are free. I am anchoring the light right here, right now, and I acknowledge all the star beings, all the angels. I see you. I recognize you. I love you. I thank you. I welcome you.
Mm.
And like it was just that's like part of the light work I realized. And especially acknowledging the grid and all of that. But I felt like I was doing something. Like even though like, it's like, oh, who can I talk to this about? It's gonna be like I'm gonna sound crazy or whatever. But no, it was a real thing. And also I learned that you can call angels at any moment and they're just like waiting to show up. And this is like their job essentially to like stand guard. Oh, they it's like, oh, we were called, great, we're here,
They
to
want to
anchor
be
it.
of service, and they're
Yes.
always, but they need us to initiate the requests.
Yes,
And we could get
exactly.
everything we want in this universe, but it's our responsibility to be humble and
Yeah,
just ask.
that's it, that's all.
I'm
Yeah.
feeling a buzz in my third eye.
Right.
I feel, the families here. I mean, they've been here, but now they're really here.
Yes. I want to I'm feeling called to also talk about the word claim. It's very important.
Yes,
So the
please.
word claim, we use it a lot in our legal and law terms, um, because when you make a claim, it's very serious and you have to substantiate the claim, and someone else can make a higher claim, and if someone makes a higher claim, well, now the onus is on you, right, to provide the proof.
Hmm.
So why it's important to step into your power and claim yourself, like I mentioned in my talk, because if you don't do it, it's going to be done for you, and that's not a place that you want to, because as we can see, the controllers, the rulers of the ones that want to control us, the ones that want to rule us, have an agenda for themselves, essentially. And so, on page 1 of Genesis in the Bible, it says, man has dominion over land, air, and sea. Okay. Now, they have made a higher claim.
Hmm.
They do.
Yep.
Until somebody challenges the claim, okay? Until somebody challenges the claim, it's going to stand true. So what's happening right now is people are like, whoa, 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 wait a minute.
We're
Wait a
claiming
minute.
that.
We have dominion over land, air, and sea. Like, we
Yes.
don't even have to earn a living. I was
Yeah.
born here. This is my home. We have inherent gifts, talent, gold
Hmm.
for us. That is our divine right. And it's, God, it's everything, man. It's so beautiful. Like, this is like the stuff that, like, this is why we're here, and it's real. Because when you start applying these principles into your life, you will see your life change very quickly. Next up, we have StarSeeded, aka Marissa, or aka not AKA, meaning the sea, as an intuitive healer, quantum meditation guide, and past life regenerist. Marissa creates safe spaces for unconditional love and support to allow others to tap into their divine gifts, authenticity, and purpose. Her mission is to help unlock the codes and wisdom within you. She's committed to assisting in the remembrance of who you are. Marissa, welcome. We are so excited to have you. Take it away, my friend.
Thank you, Angel. It's such an honor to be here. Welcome, everyone. How's everyone flowing and feeling? Feel free to use the chat. It's such an honor to be here. I'd love to take just a moment and just ground into this space and just shed so much gratitude to everyone who brought this co-creation into fruition, brought it into the physical, into the virtual, just setting so much love and gratitude for each beautiful puzzle piece that made this co-creation exist as we here are weaving the web of the new earth that is already here. We're just the little spores and just activating the interconnectivity and the remembrance of this new earth. And it's almost like, if anyone has followed me, I've talked a little bit about the mycelium network and how we can look at the mycelium network as sort of an infrastructure of how us grid workers do our work, how us all coming online, both like in our own practices and physically online, is creating the circuitry, this interconnectivity that is igniting all the codes and the ley lines here for the new earth to really blossom and take up, to truly blossom into the physical, because that's what we're doing. The new earth is here. We're, heaven is already aligned with the frequency of earth, and we are just here as grid workers activating the little key codes on the nodules of the interconnectivity of the web of consciousness here on earth, and it's all coming online. So thank you all for being here. Thank you for hearing the call and coming to the sacred gathering. Thank you for bringing your wisdom and your codes. Let's just ground in and take a deep breath in through the heart space. Exhaling, releasing. Coming into this space. Opening up the heart. To receive all of the codes. So originally I was going to talk about the multidimensionality of Gaia, and I think that will come through, but just tapping into this space, I feel the call of just talking about grid work and what it means to be a grid worker and what it means to be a starseed here on Earth. So just drawing out this visualization of the interconnectivity of all of our consciousness, of those who are weaving the web of this new earth. It is so important for starseeds to connect with Gaia and to remember that we chose Gaia and Gaia chose us. We could have chose any planet, and we have chosen many planets, many different star systems to incarnate on, to learn from the ecosystem, the environment, the dimensionality of the planet. And we chose Earth for this time. And that is such an honor. And I'd love to just invite everyone just to take a deep breath in and feel the resonance of that frequency, that not only did we choose Gaia, but Gaia chose us. She chose us. She's like, I want that little star, see that little, and they're going to do this, and just feeling into that knowing that, and that connection with our divine mother, with Gaia, and feeling how much honor and how proud she is for us remembering the mission, for us remembering to commune with her, to taste her fruits, to taste all of the frequencies, to listen to the birds, to work with the elements in body. We chose this dimensional playground, and what an honor to be here. So, to talk a little bit about the multidimensionality of Gaia, I felt the call. You know, I used to live in New York City and Brooklyn, and used to dream of having more space to commune with Gaia because it is something that is so important to me and something that comes so naturally. And right now, I have like a little bit of land, and it's not mine, but I get to plant on the land and commune with the land and do grid work with the sacred space. And when we allow ourselves to invite all of our senses into the co creation of being here on Gaia, we elevate our experience. We elevate the frequency field to which we can tap into with Gaia. So when we grow our own herbs and pray over these herbs and make tea or add them to a smoothie, we allow ourselves to merge with the frequency of the land that we're living upon. And this is why it's so important to know where your water comes from. And if you are accessible to springs, you could go to like findaspring.com and find a spring near you. But when you drink the water from the land, you merge with her frequency. You feel her frequency embody. And when you merge with Gaia, she shows you the mission. She shows you how to use her elements to elevate your elements, to elevate your gifts, and to be in this fluid co creation with Gaia, healing, restoring, activating, elevating all of Gaia. So that's just a little message to really commune with Gaia in any way that you feel called to. Grow an herb. You don't need to know how to grow. You don't need to be an herbalist. You don't need any of these labels. They are a thing of the past. But allow yourself to play with the frequencies. Get an exotic fruit next time you go to the grocery store and merge with that frequency. See what that frequency has to offer you. Because every time I like eat a really nutritious, raw, exotic meal, I always joke, I'm like, guys, this is why we came to Earth. We came to Earth to taste the multidimensionality and frequencies in other timelines and other higher states of consciousness, as we are, in many dimensions simultaneously, many incarnations simultaneously. We came to Earth to taste the multidimensionality of experience, of a consciousness, to taste a mint leaf and to embody that frequency. So, this is a huge gift that we're given as being inhabitants of Gaia. So, someone said, I'm going to drink some amazing water right now. So, me too. Yes, so powerful to tap into the ley lines of wherever the fruit you're eating comes from, and you can quantum leap to that ley line while you're merging with the frequency, and shed love and gratitude to the tree that grew the banana, to however the banana got to you. And this is a wonderful way of using your consciousness, using your experience of experiencing frequency to merge with a ley line, to merge with a specific essence, with a flower essence. And this is a quantum grid work. So we think grid work is mainly just our feet on the ground, our bare feet on the ground, feeling Gaia with our hands, but we can do all of this quantumly too. So if you can just tune into your heart, we'll do a little experiment, a little experience experiment of just tuning in. And to begin to envision and take yourself back in time to a wonderful moment where you had a decadent, delicious piece of Gaia, a fruit, any fruit, doesn't matter where it came from, how it arrived within your awareness. Just tapping into that remembrance of communing with some sacred byproduct of Gaia, and feeling the frequency of this beautiful fruit. Seeing how it activates the cells in your being, Like every seed is an embryo of infinite possibilities waiting to be birthed within you. And when we commune with the fruit and all that Gaia gives to us, we tap into the infinite potentiality of our consciousness, the infinite potentiality of communing with Gaia, of the co-creation with Gaia, and feeling the potency of this beautiful fruit, begin to see the tree, the bush that it emerged from. Seeing this tree, this bush, in just beautiful crystalline lights. Shedding so much gratitude for its ability to produce such sacred essences. And as you're feeling the frequency of this beautiful plant, allow yourself through your consciousness to experience embodying the frequency of this fruit. Allowing your consciousness to drift to that beautiful piece of land to which this fruit originated on. Shedding love for the light that has nourished this plant. Shedding gratitude for the ground and the roots that hold this plant to produce, to emanate and grow its sacred essences. Begin to shed so much gratitude and allow your consciousness to zoom out, to zoom to a larger sphere, to see all the fruit trees, all of Gaia emanating this crystalline light, producing such high frequency foods and fruits and essences to commune with all the inhabitants of Gaia, feeling the omnipresence of the energy swirling through Gaia. And as you zoom your consciousness out, begin to see a beautiful web encompassing around Gaia, activating all of the beautiful reflections, external reflections of her magnificence. Seeing the diversity, feeling how magnetic Gaia is, how truly beautiful she is, how much she holds and offers us. Taking a deep breath in from the heart space, exhaling, releasing, coming back into the space. I didn't know I was going to talk about food today. Yay! I had a beautiful, like exotic melon this morning that I found. So I think that's where this all was inspired from. I did this while holding a banana and it was buzzing. Yes, this is something you can do when you commune with your food. Yes, feeling into the essence, feeling into the divine signature, the blueprint to which you're about to consume and embody. Yeah, so I love to just traverse into seeing the multidimensionality of Gaia. We tapped into a little bit of feeling and embodying the multidimensionality through tasting her fruits, through tasting all of the sacred treats that she makes for us. And another thing of really tapping into the multidimensionality of the self and the multidimensionality of Gaia, which are two sides of the same coin, is really all about working with the elemental realm, clearing the third eye, allowing yourself to see the energy past its physicality here on the earth plane. So it's so easy, and we're programmed to really just see what's in front of you, see what's what's on paper. But when you allow yourself to see beyond the veil, and how we see beyond the veil is completely different for every being. So, the way we see beyond the veil, there are many different tactics, but one that really helps a lot of people is a soft gaze. So, squinting the eyes and allow yourself to go out in nature, ideally around golden hour when the sun is rising or the sun is setting, because that's when the veils between dimensions and the physicality of Gaia is the thinnest. So when you go out during these times and you ask the elementals to show themselves to you, when you ask the multidimensionality of the earth sphere to commune and communicate with you, you open up the field of vision, the frequency field of vision of the invisible realm. So this is a very important tactic when we talk about multidimensionality, expanding our consciousness, expanding our ability to bloom multidimensionally. A lot is we are so programmed in this human vessel to only believe things once we see them. So what we have to do is allow ourselves to see before we believe, and allowing the imagination. Your imagination is your key to transcendence. It's your key to understanding your gifts. It's your key to seeing all that is available here on Gaia, all that is available here in the interconnectivity of consciousness. So when you allow your third eye to open and you allow yourself to see the energy waves and the intermingling and interconnectivity of the fields of frequency around you, you start understanding how you can move and work with energy. You start to see the auras of the tree, and you start to see where there's healing needing to be made, perhaps on the tree or the land. And this becomes so abundantly clear when we tap into the invisible realm. You'll see fairies working on like a specific point of land, and you'll start to feel the energetic signature of that land and that what they're doing, and then unlocks the codes of how we are all elementals, how we're all working our way upon Gaia, loosening up the soil, embedding light codes into her. So this is just activates the divine remembrance of the so many different ways we can commune with Gaia, so many different ways of working with energy with Gaia. So I definitely empower you to find a sacred space, find a tree, sit upon her roots, and just allow yourself to see beyond the veil, to allow all of what you believe to be true to take a step to the side, and to allow yourself to see the interconnectivity, how the bushes on different sides of the land are communicating through the ethers, through the pollinators, through the birds, and you start seeing these webs and these intricacies of energy weaving, healing, co-creating, and it's such an expansive journey into understanding how to commune with Gaia. Beautiful. I'd love to ask how long do you want me to go for? Because I can flow. I'll flow until I get an answer. As long as possible. 10 to 15 is perfect. So let's talk a little bit. We'll bring it back a circle of like grid work and how to do grid work. How you're already doing grid work. Your existence is grid work. You chose Gaia, you came to Gaia, you're remembering the mission, and as you travel along the earth plane, you continue to receive information of how you can work with Gaia, how you can activate more of the divine remembrance of what you came here on earth to do. And as you go upon the earth, and you don't have to go far, and it can be a circle in your backyard, you will remember, you will activate. And this is what grid work is. And when we do grid work, when we travel a little bit, we allow So I truly believe that, separation has come in many forms here on this plane. The first, when Earth was created, separation wasn't really in the woodworking and in the blueprint. It kind of evolved over conflict, over fear. As fear manifested upon the Earth plane many, 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 many moons ago, separation started to emerge. But at its core, the interconnectivity of Gaia is so profound. The diversity of Gaia is so profound. I truly believe it is one of the most diverse ecospheres in our universe. And, I don't have proof of that, but it seems abundantly obvious to me. As always, take what resonates, leave the rest. um, but Earth was truly created in oneness, in interconnectivity. So when we do grid work and we travel along the Earth plane, we activate the remembrance of Gaia, of oneness, of interconnectivity. We bring the frequency of New York City to California, and California remembers New York. California remembers the songs of the land just by you seeding your frequency in wherever you go. So wherever you travel, and the more you travel, you become almost like as clear as can be. It is true. You can be as clear as a channel as you are, but you still have the power to harness and to almost have all of these frequencies in your back pocket. And Gaia feels these because she is so attuned to the full spectrum of frequency that you can be a clear channel, but it's still just embedded within your auric field of all the travels that you've done, all the frequencies you've worked with. And Gaia gets to remember different parts of herself through the grid workers. So that's really the key. And what a beautiful gift to assist Gaia in her remembrance of wholeness as she does the same for us. So as we travel, we access new dimensional codes of wisdom, of our mission. And as we do that, we are giving back to Gaia immediately by giving her the remembrance of the frequencies of everything that we've gone through. And this can be locations, emotions, every little thing that our human vessel and consciousness experiences on the earth plane. We get to bring that back to Gaia in a different place, and she remembers, and it starts activating the grid beneath the surface. So, we have our ley lines, we have the mycelium network, we have the crystal kingdom, we have all of this infrastructure within Gaia holding so much frequency resonance. When there are connections that ignite and resonate with her, it activates light codes, it activates, a crystal within the core, beaming off frequency just because you are in Costa Rica doing a meditation, whatever it may be. So when we do this grid work, we are bringing this remembrance for all of Gaia to awaken. As we awaken, we awaken. And so this, while, you can travel and do that, and that's, obviously a luxury and a privilege to travel, we do this quantumly. We do this, we tap into the frequency of something, and we bring it down to where we are in the now moment. So this is why meditation and connecting with fellow grid workers and light workers, this is so important, because we're reweaving the unity consciousness here on Gaia. And that is such a powerful gift and mission to do. And that's why, following your excitement, reaching out to people you see on Instagram, doesn't matter how many followers they have, doesn't matter where they are, doesn't matter any of the silly little limitations that come into our human mind. Connect with them. If you feel a resonance to connect with a person, a place, a thing, whatever, connect. Follow your excitement, because that connection, it's a disservice to the self and your ascension by not following those connections through. And those who work with me one-on-one, know that, like, something that I always say is follow your excitement in every now moment, because you'll never be led wrong. You'll never be led down a different direction, or, it's so divinely guided. And when we follow our excitement, it's not only that which is magneticizing us to the excitement, it's also the frequency of us knowing the other side of the excitement that is making us excited. We live in a paradoxical universe, or it's funny like that. So we think, oh, I'm excited to do this, and it's actually the body remembering the doing of it because it's already happened. So when you follow your excitement, you activate a divine flow of bliss within your blueprint, within your travels, within all the work that you're doing. And then this just propels you forward into feeling and being in the flow of the bliss frequency. And you allow that to be your baseline frequency as you follow your excitement. And that's how we web, and that's how we weave. And when we are weaving in the state of the bliss frequency, the collective vibrates so much higher. The collective ascends so much faster. So if you take anything away from this, eat your fruit. What else did I say? Eat your fruit and follow your excitement. Commune with Gaia and follow your excitement in every now moment. If you wake up one day and you're like, I need to go on a hike, and you just follow your excitement. You don't know where you're going to go for a hike, but you just follow it. You know that's where you're supposed to be, and that's where you're going to be, because that's where you're supposed to be. So when we follow those hints, these are downloads. These are our oversoul and our consciousness being like, you need to go do this to experience this. And you don't need to know. And you can probably go and do a million things that are following your excitement and not know why you had to do that until later. And this is part of the integration of all of the activations that come through on the earth plane, that come through in our consciousness. So as you activate your excitement and you activate that through line of following your bliss, everything activates. Everything is remembered. Because when you're following excitement, when you're following the flow, it's the resistance and rigidity that creates disconnect and dissonance. So when you're in the flow, when you're in your excitement, when you're following your bliss, nothing comes into your way. Nothing can penetrate your auric field that's going to bring you into dissonance. When you're not following your excitement, that's when you get caught with the resistance, the rigidity, and the dissonance. So when you're following your excitement, you're flowing with ease on that bliss frequency. Beautiful. Yeah, I love to just, how are we doing on time? Beautiful. I love to sink into just a quick little 5-minute meditation, just to let all of what came through to integrate, and just to connect with all of you beautiful beings in this beautiful continuum. We have 50 beautiful beings here. So let's tune in to our hearts, feeling the interconnectivity, feeling all of the beautiful beings that are here and now in this space with us, feeling their unconditional love, feeling their bliss, feeling their excitement, feeling their remembrance. And as you breathe into the heart, begin to envision a beautiful blue light, a beautiful blue light of energy beginning to emanate from your heart space, activating your being, activating all the essence that you are. Tuning in and just visualizing this blue light activating within your heart chakra. Breathing in, activating this blue light. And as you exhale, allowing it to emanate into the ethers. And as you activate your third eye and allow your consciousness to rise, begin to see all these little blue lights lighting up on Earth. All of the hearts of the participants here activating. Breathing into your heart, breathing into this blue light. And as you exhale, begin to envision light weaving, energetic light weaving into each participant, each blue light activated on the earth plane, creating this beautiful web of circuitry, of co-creation, of interconnectivity. Feeling the connection grow stronger, feeling the strength of unification. And as we all stand with our hearts activated, connected to one another, let's take a deep breath in together into the heart space. Feeling up that blue light, and as you exhale, envision sending your energetic current into this web of co-creation, here and now, healing Gaia, healing all of her inhabitants, elevating the frequency of the collective. Feeling the frequency of the whole rise. Taking a deep breath into the heart space, into this blue light. And exhaling, releasing, feeling this intricate web of creation. Allowing this infrastructure, this interconnectivity to continue to emanate, to heal the ethers of Gaia for eternity. We have activated a powerful grid together, brothers and sisters. Thank you for being here. Thank you for activating your heart space. Thank you for remembering that unification. Bring us all home into divine remembrance that we are all source consciousness. Taking a few more deep breaths. And allowing yourself to open up the eyes softly and to come back into this space. Thank you all for this beautiful co-creation. So beautiful to commune with you all. You all have such beautiful frequencies.
Oh,
Hello.
hi. Thank you so much for that. That was
Of
so
course.
beautiful. Love it. Love it. All that like water and food talk. It's like, I am hungry. Can't wait to
Yeah.
eat some delicious fruit. I got some mangoes. I've been snacking on grapes all day, so that's fantastic. Oh, there's Flo. How's it going? How did you like that, Flo?
Oh wow, that was just, I feel very blissed out and feel the new Earth energy just entering our planet. That was
Mm-hmm.
so divine. So grateful for you,
Yeah.
and for your sacred work.
What a great day,
Thank
eh?
you.
This
Yeah.
Wow, it's something. I have to jump off, but I wanted to say thank you, everyone, and everything for making this possible. This truly was a dream come true for me. And I honestly, in my heart of hearts, like all of our dreams are coming true. And the fact that we all showed up today and just expressed so authentically. I shared things with you guys that I have not shared publicly ever. So that is a good sign. That is a very good sign that we are going in the right direction. There is light at the end of the tunnel, and the world is ours. So I just wanted to say thank you to everyone. I love you so much. You can find me at House of Rajie on Instagram, and and yeah, follow Wholehearted Media as well for more. And that's it for me.
Love you, sister. Thank you for
Yeah.
hosting this conference and, being such a divine space holder as you always are. So
My
thank you.
pleasure.
Love and gratitude. Yeah, follow her. Sorry, I'm just adjusting the camera. Follow her on Instagram, House of Raji, Wholehearted Media, and
Yeah.
StarSeeded on Instagram. I mean, I'm gonna blast an email with everybody's information from the conference so you could connect with these people because they're doing great work and we're all in this together. We're doing
Yep.
it. We're doing the work.
Thank you. Take care, guys. Much love.
Take care. And I'm just being guided before we close off. I got this drum in Peru, and it's a rainbow condor kind of drawn on it.
Wow.
And just wanted to end off with just a gentle drumming and close out the 2021 StarSeed Conference. It's been an amazing day, incredible, and I'm just so grateful. And, everything's been about Gaia. Every speaker has spoken about Mama Earth, and just Marissa, you just ended it off with such an amazing, like, I'm beyond words. I'm just buzzing with energy.
We love Gaia. We love Gaia so much.
So yeah, I'll just end it off to drum all these codes into Pachamama, and I thank you all for coming. Feeling Mother Earth's heartbeat. You could get up and dance if you wish. Anyone to celebrate. Celebrate the star seeds come together. This new day on Pachamama. We send a Senji for all the future generations. Freedom for the next 7 generations and beyond. Happiness for all humanity. Freedom for all humanity. Thanking all the children being born today. All the children born in this moment, we welcome you. We let you know that this planet is free. Hey. Peace and love, peace and harmony. May you walk with the blessings of God consciousness. May you walk with the blessings of Mother Earth. May you walk inspired to follow your excitement and just enjoy the sacred gift of life, to get the nourishing oxygen, to eat this healthy, abundant food, to drink the pure water, and to return to your star memories. I love you, family. Thank you to all the speakers. We're just getting started here. We're just getting started. The work has just begun. Send you off. Thank you.